I'd like to call the Select Board meeting of Wednesday, October 15th, 2025 to order. Jim, do we have non-public tonight?
Hello?
Technology. Technology,
Technical
it's a wonderful
difficulties.
thing.
Not a good night, not to have,
Not a good way to start.
that could make you feel good.
I can be loud enough, but
We know.
Test, test, test.
do we have one of those things like in the movie theater where somebody dances and it says technical difficulty?
Hi, Bill.
All right, we'll have to cancel the meeting. It'll be tomorrow night.
Okay, I think it was that. We're going to require non-public tonight, Jim?
Mr. Chairman, there'll be two non-public items. RSA 91A3, Roman numeral 2, lowercase c, reputation, and lowercase l, consideration of legal advice.
All right. Consideration of minutes of October 1st, 2025.
I have one change.
Okay.
On page 3, line 102, it should read, "Friends have donated most of the pieces of equipment."
Any other changes? Entertain a motion to accept as amended.
Move
So-
to approve as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Public input, limited to 1 minute per resident, 15 minutes in total. Anybody want to talk to us right now?
Hi, Bobby Budman. I just have a quick question. When you get under section 7L for the community center, will you be opening that up to discussion for the room? Or will that just be for the one member presenting this evening and the board?
On which one, Bobby?
When you get to speak about the community center, will you be opening that up to the floor in the room? Or will you just be allowing the person who brought it before for the agenda item and for the board to speak? Or will you be taking discussion from the community?
The way it's gonna be presented is that Jordy's gonna give to us some proposals. We're gonna talk to him about those. Then it depends on whether the board wants to open it up or not.
Okay, hold on one second. Excuse me, Jordan. Will you be opening up your portion of the floor to the community to have a voice when you speak? Thank you, Jordan.
Suzanne Ryan, resident and taxpayer. Linda, you might remember and familiar with the Sanborn ruling, the school district ruling on the notation on warrant articles, bonded warrant articles. It was a case, it happened some years back.
Can you get this closer to you?
It happened some years back. The Sanborn Regional School District took the official finance committee took the Sanborn Regional School District to court because they had a multi-year contract and didn't indicate such to the voters. The voters won, and therefore you got that notation thing that you put underneath your bonded warrant articles now, for which I put that citizen's petition in. Well, it was brought up at one of your meetings. The public had asked why it was done and had their different views, whether they liked it or didn't like it. However, the good news is, and I am thrilled to say, that House Bill 138 passed and has been signed by the governor as of August, and that the bill mandates that special warrant articles with multi-year tax impacts must include the specific notation, and I won't read the whole thing, but it also contains lease agreements that have tax impact shall be noted for 5 years now instead of 3. So the 3 years that we've been putting on, because we get 10 to 20 year bonds, the first year sometimes doesn't have an impact. It depends when the town goes out for the loan, the bond. So people read it, it's 0, and then it's whatever, and then whatever. So now it's going to be 0, and then for 4 more years, it's going to show the interest and the principal that we're paying on bonds. So that's for the voters, that's a win.
Okay, anybody else at this point?
Carol McMahon, I just would like to thank Brian for last night requesting that the item for the community centers be moved up earlier than so late. I could have had more people here from the senior center, but they got burnt out. The last 2 times I drug them here, and they had to wait so late, and then they went home. So thank you, Brian.
Okay, next on our agenda, anybody else? Next on our agenda is unanticipated funds. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, October 15, 2025 at 6:30 in the Great Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, for the acceptance of unanticipated funds for amount donated that is over $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95-B3A relative to donations from business individuals sponsoring a laser light show on August 8th, 2025 at the docks, celebrating the Economic Development Community's event, Lake Winnipesaukee Day. Anybody going to speak to that?
So I can speak. I talked to Lucy Van Cleve, and she said I could present this. And so I wanted to just quickly read the people that helped for the event. And it was Maxfield Real Estate, New Hampshire Distributors, New Hampshire Lakes Association. It was Jeffrey Puffer, Avery Insurance, Leonie McDonald and Roberts, Bob Bird, Karen Arndt, Eastern Propane, Goodhue Boat, PSI Plastics, Corinthian Yacht Club, Taylor Community, the Lions Club, Walker and Varney, Paul Zimmerman, Brewster Academy, Yankee Peddler, and we had a GoFundMe page, and the people that contributed on that were EKG Elkridge, Cynthia Couture, Chris Tibbetts, Leah Sirocco, Shan Tibbetts, an anonymous donor, Lucas Roasting Company, Francis Blodgett, Eric Russell Schnetzer, Neil Hesler, Sandra Kramer, they're from Tewksbury, Mass. Glenn Raichi, my wife, myself, and Susan Hirschberg. The event went off very, very well, and the donations collected were $17,170.29. So, does the board have any questions? Any questions from the audience?
Any questions from the board? I'll close the public hearing. Somebody want to make a motion to accept
So
this?
I move to accept a donation of $17,170.29 for the sponsorship of the Laser Light Show on August 8th, 2025 at the Town Docks, celebrating the Economic Development Committee's event, Lake Winnipesaukee Day.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And next, temporary event permit. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, October 15, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Lions Club to participate in hosting the trick or treat at Clark Park on October 31st, 2025 from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at 233 South Main Street. Permit number 2025-59. Somebody here from the Lions Club? No? Anybody want to speak to this? Anybody from the board?
I think we should move forward with it. It's part of the trick or treat that takes place down at Clark park, and I think the kids in the community really enjoy it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, October 15, 2025, at 6:30 PM to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Historical Society and Kingswood Youth Center to participate in hosting Trick or Treat at Clark Park, October 31st, 2025, from 5 PM to 7 PM, 233 South Main Street, permit 2025-60. Somebody here to speak to that?
Good evening. Libby Shannon, President of the Historical Society, and this will be our 6th year that we've given out candy at the Clark Museum. And we got a little sad every year looking at Zach from the Kingswood Youth Center. He was always way across the grass. So this year we're going to combine, we're going to open up the barn and just give out the candy. We'll clean everything up, and only trick-or-treat hours 5 to 7. A question, because the Lions Club is over in that parking lot now, can we close the parking lot? We did last year. Through traffic, because it's a lot of kids. It's like 700 kids walking through there, and we can't have cars. So you did close it last year.
There was no request, in my knowledge, in the packet. If the board wants to motion to close it, I guess that's a directive that the board can take.
I wouldn't object to that.
I think it's a good idea.
Move to close the parking lot in concert with the special event, temporary event permit for the Historical Society, Kingswood Youth Center to participate in trick-or-treat event on Clark Park, at Clark Park on 31 October, 5 to 7.
Second.
2025-60. Thank you. Second.
Second.
And we'll close the parking lot. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else want to speak to this temporary event? Hey, board.
Sorry I jumped the
We
gun.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next is our bulk vote. This is the weekly manifest, current use application, MS1 and MS5. Entertain a motion to approve A, B, and C.
Can I just give a little bit of information? I wanted to put something forward just so some of the citizens who have come to me can understand. Looking at the MS1 and doing some calculations, I wanted to let people know a few things. The lion's share of our taxes come from residential homes and residential land. Commercial and industrial property accounts for 1.3% of our revenue that's brought in as taxation. The other 98.7% comes from residential properties. Also, with regards to tax exemptions, if you do the numbers and add together the veterans exemption, the blind exemption, the deaf exemption, elderly exemption, solar exemptions, and all the exemptions for nonprofits, that comes out to a total amount of 0.18% of the total value of the assessed properties in the town of Wolfeboro. So not 18% or 0.18%. So those exemptions really count for a very, very, very small portion of our entire taxable property and revenues that we get in the town. So I just figured that people would find that interesting.
Anything else on the bulk vote?
I'll make a motion to accept the bulk vote A through C.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, new business.
Dave, Could I ask the board if I could make a motion at this point to move item L, which is the last item, which is the request to refurbish the old firehouse community center via private donors, up to, let's put it right after the Libby trustee update.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is a discussion about the annual audit, which we just got tonight.
Is that going up there?
As far as the hard copy, we have.
Jim, is that going up there?
Nope.
How's that? Hi, I'm Tim Green, representing Robertson Green, the town's audit firm. This is probably the 13th time I've been here to present this report. I'm here presenting the financial report that we audited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. This year, the town was also subject to a single audit, which required some more work. A single audit requires basically 2 tiers above what the normal audit is if it's not subject to a single audit. Being subject to a single audit is solely based on how much you have in federal grant expenditures in a year. And I'll run through a little bit of that as we get to it. What I usually do for you is just kind of run through the report as concise but as brief as I can be, and I'll try to do that again tonight. But unless you have a different way you want me to do this year,
Just so would you tell us what page you're on?
I will absolutely do that.
Thank you.
We don't have it electronically available for the screen tonight. It will be on the website tomorrow.
So first things first, what you hire us for essentially is this, starting on page 1. It's a 3-page report this year where we provide our opinion on your financial statements. You hire us to ascertain whether or not you're fairly presenting the financial position of the town as of the year end and for that year as well. And we can, say once again that the town has no qualifications on any of its opinion units, and in other words, you have a clean opinion across the board. There are multiple opinions that a town presents in its financial statements, basically represented by the exhibits and the columns within the exhibit. And so you could, in theory, have a mixed opinion, but the only time I've seen that generally anywhere is when there's a new accounting standard, as an example, that might affect a couple different areas that sometimes takes a town time to get into. But that's not the case here in any ways, so I just wanted to make you aware of that. So
Thank you.
That's great. Within this first report is also an opinion on your schedule of expenditures of federal awards, which again is part of the single audit, and that also was a clean opinion. Starting on page 4, this is a management's discussion and analysis. This is prepared by the finance office. We review it to make sure that it's consistent with the data presented in the actual financial statements, but we don't provide you an opinion on it. If anything was not consistent, I would just send it back and point it out, and typically it just gets fixed and presented as is. So moving right on to the exhibits themselves. Exhibit 1 on page 13, this is your statement of net position. This is on a full accrual basis. You have 2 categories presented. You have governmental activities, which encompasses all your governmental funds, and then you have business type activities, which encompasses all your enterprise funds. So again, full accrual basis, meaning here is where you report capital assets and depreciation related to those. You report long-term liabilities such as debt, such as net pension liability, and compensated absences. So you could see here for your governmental funds, governmental activities, total assets was just under $1 million. You had deferred outflows of resources of about $1.6 million. You had total liabilities of almost $50 million. Within that, you can see that primarily about $10 million is intergovernmental payable, which represents your school district apportionment for the next 6 months because they're on the fiscal year. So you've collected taxes but owe it to them through June 30th. Your long-term liabilities, which are roughly 20 million. Your net pension liability, which is another 10 million. So you can see the main liabilities for the town on a full accrual basis. On page 14, continuing, you have deferred inflows of resources of about 4 million. And then you have a net position for governmental activities, which totals 46 million. Of that, 45 million is net investment in capital assets. So that represents capital assets, accumulated depreciation, and any long-term liabilities that went into acquiring those capital assets. So after accounting for that, you're left with restricted for endowments amounts of 877,000 of non-expendable funds. These are funds held by the trustees that are available to the town as a whole. And then expendable portion, 300,000. You have other purposes, restricted for other purposes, which represents library, unspent bond proceeds, grants and donations unspent, things like that that are restricted by law or by the donor requirements. You're left with an unrestricted net position. You can see here that it's a deficit, 3 million. Comparing that to past years, that actually is a reduction from the year before of about 3.5 million, so last year's unrestricted deficit was 6.8. The year before that, it was actually a deficit of 8 million. So what that means, obviously, is you're headed in the right direction on the full accrual basis. A couple caveats to these two statements. These can heavily change based on that net pension liability that gets calculated by the state through their actuary and their auditors. So if your debt is in line with capital assets, that pool of money, if you will, is in that net investment amount. So things that are essentially don't have an asset tied to them can make that unrestricted balance fluctuate, such as, like I said, net pension liability and other post-employment benefits liability. That's calculated by the town-hired actuary, and as I've mentioned in the past, that represents an implicit rate to health insurance, whereas employees can participate in the town's plan even when they leave employment through COBRA. So it's at their own cost. However, they've earned a theoretically better rate because they're in this pool with a lot more people than buying it individually. As well as compensated absences, that's typically your accrued sick and vacation time for your current employees. That really is not offset by any sort of asset. So those items typically throw many towns into showing a deficit on this first exhibit. When you get to your modified accrual exhibits, exhibit 3 and after, you'll see that you're in a positive position. So exhibit 2 on page 15, this is just a statement of activities. Again, on the full accrual, this is your expenses and your revenues. If a revenue can be tied to a function, it's considered a program revenue, and therefore it shows on the same line as that function, so you can see the activity and how it's impacted. And then you have general revenues, which of course primarily is property taxes. As you know, property taxes are raised to support the town as a whole, and they're not targeted to any one function individually. So going right down to the bottom, it's 5 lines up, there's change in net position. You can see under the governmental activities, the change in net position was an increase of just over 4 million. For business type activities, they had combined an increase of about 2 million. I'll talk more about business type activities as we move forward, so I haven't really discussed that very much.
Good guy.
Exhibit 3 on page 16. This is your balance sheet for governmental funds. This is modified accrual, so this is based on current resources. This says current liabilities and current receivables. So you're not reporting debt, you're not reporting capital assets. So major funds are individual columns, and then you have this other governmental fund, which is a combination of all your non-major funds. And that calculation is performed annually based quantitatively just on total assets, total liabilities, et cetera. Your general fund had total assets of 23,600,000 and total liabilities of just over 11 million. Again, of that, you can see 9.8 million is the amount owed to other governments, which is the school district, and potentially a trivial amount to the state for fees collected. on their behalf. You had deferred inflows of resources of $2.6 million. This primarily represents property taxes that have been committed but have not been collected within 60 days from year end. Therefore, it's not considered available to use to pay any liabilities as of December 31st. And it will be recognized in a future year. You're left with a total fund balance of $9.8 million. Of that, you have 5 categories. Non-spendable fund balance. This represents items that are not in a spendable form, if you will. Inventory, prepaid items, so the cash has already gone out the door, but you still have an asset because it's for an expense for a different period. And tax-deeded property held for resale. You have restricted fund balance of just over $1 million. This is made up of multiple items. You had some excess bond proceeds that have not been used. Those are certainly restricted for the purpose of the bond. You have some interest earned on bond proceeds as well, which again is restricted for the purpose and requires additional appropriation. You have some donations. You have the library fund, which is reported within the general fund on this statement, on this exhibit. And you have some donation money that has not been used yet. Then you have committed fund balance, your next tier down of fund balance classifications. This is primarily your expendable trust fund, which again is reported for financial statement purposes within the general fund here. And you have continuing appropriations, that warrant articles that are allowed to carry forward. You have assigned fund balance, $720,000 roughly, and this is entirely encumbrances through the PO process. And then you have unassigned fund balance of $5.1 million, almost 5.2. That's an increase of about almost $3 million from the year before. Primarily the result of your budget surplus, which I'll discuss as we get to the back of this report. And again, 2 years ago, we remember we had the gap from donated funds not being received until the next year. In that scenario, those were made up in the next year, so that was a big increase. And then again, this year, you also had FEMA money come in. So $1 million of FEMA money, which the requirements for recognizing that is when they considered it issued, not when you've had the event. So you had the event a couple of years ago, FEMA, you finally got the money beginning of this year and during the year. So that's all revenue in this year. So that was $1 million bump. And then you also had a good year, of course, on interest as the rates went up from late 23 and on. So you were well over your budget there on interest. Those two factors were the biggest increase in that unassigned fund balance. And you can see this capital project fund. This is the fund that's used to account for any project that's funded primarily by a bond or note, or maybe a grant. Typically, you put a project in this fund that has very little tax associated with it, tax revenue associated with it. It's all from other sources. So you're actually down to, you can see a committed fund balance of $1.8 million. That's all entirely the public safety building project at this point in that fund. So any future projects would I recommend be added to this as a way of accounting for it more cleanly than just keeping it within the general fund. Exhibits 4 and 6 on pages 17 and 19. This is just basically a crosswalk between Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 3, and then Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 5, because you have two different accounting bases, full accrual and modified accrual. So this shows you what you take off of a modified accrual basis and add to a full accrual basis. So hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory. Exhibit 5 on page 18. This is your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for the general fund and all governmental funds. So you can see total revenues for the general fund is just under $24 million for the year ended. Total expenditures just over $20 million. So you had an excess of revenues over expenditures of $3.7 million. You had some other financing sources. You had transfers in and transfers out, and you had a new capital lease. So that shows here as the total amount on the accounting basis. You show the full lease as both a revenue and an expense. So within your capital outlay is the same $140,000 that you see here as an inception of capital lease. On the budgetary basis, of course, you're budgeting that annual payment. So total net change in fund balance for the general fund, you can see $3.2 million. Beginning of the year, you started at about $6.5 million in the general fund, ended at $9.8. You can see the capital project, of course, you had some portion of debt was issued, and as well as you spent, $8.4 million during that calendar year on various projects, primarily, I'm sure, the public safety building. And the total for the other governmental funds, which are broken down in exhibits in the back, supplementary schedules, but combined other governmental funds, you started the year about 1.5 million, ended the year about 1.7. Jumping to page 20, exhibit 7. This is your budgetary statement of expenses and of revenues, expenditures, and changes in unassigned fund balance for the general fund. You can see there's an original budget and a final budget. The increase in budget, as you know, you're only allowed to increase it based on unanticipated revenues that you've properly accepted. Grants as well fall into that category. So looking at that final budget column, if you look at the bottom line net change in fund balance, you can see is 0. That represents the fact that the town did not use any fund balance in 2024 to offset its appropriations during the year. And then if you 5 lines up the net change in fund balance, if you go all the way to the right, you can see that you actually had a positive variance of 2.9 million. As I said, that's the $3 million increase roughly of your unassigned fund balance. So on the budgetary basis, the unassigned fund balance was 3 million. With that positive result, you see the unassigned fund balance at the end of the year is just about 6 million. Exhibit 8, 9, and 10, these are your enterprise funds. Excuse me. As you know, you have 4 enterprise funds: water, sewer, electric, and the Pop Whalen Arena. I guess I'll jump right to page 22 and just say the total net position for these funds. Water Department ended the year of just under 13 million of total net position. Of that, 11.5 million is tied up in your net investment and capital assets. So you have an unrestricted net position for the water fund of 1.3 million. For the electric department, total net position just under 13 million. Of that, 7.3 million is tied up in capital assets net of related debt. So your unrestricted balance is 5.5 million in the electric. In the sewer, you have total net position, again, about 12.7 million. Of that, 11.3 million represents capital assets, net related debt. And you're left with unrestricted net position of 1.4 million. And then in the Pop Whalen Arena, you have total net position of 430,000. Of that, it's actually $700,000 of capital assets net of debt and a deficit position of 273,000 unrestricted. Comparing those figures to past years, the water's unrestricted is actually decreased by about 200,000 from the year before, but is higher than previous years beyond that. With electric as well, you saw your unrestricted decrease from about 6.2 down to 5.5 million. That has actually been a somewhat steady decline from past years. But as we get into their annual results, I'd say that their annual results is positive. So it could be a matter of a lot of capital improvements being tied up essentially in that. So for sewer, that was a decrease. The unrestricted position was a decrease about 500,000 from the year before, but you're actually about $500,000 higher than 2 years prior. So you're right in line with where you've been at least in the last 4 years. And then for Pop Whalen, it was a big decrease from the year before. It actually flipped about 500,000 as you were in a positive unrestricted net position last year. But your operating results were actually much more positive this year than they were the previous year. And we'll get to that a little bit more. Exhibit 9, for your enterprise funds, statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. So the change in net position line, which is the 5th line up from the bottom, you can see each fund had a positive change in net position overall. Again, if you're increasing your net investment in capital assets, then you're decreasing your unrestricted. So that's why sometimes you might, as I might have pointed out, your unrestricted decreased, but your overall position has actually increased. looking at operating income for basically right around the middle of the page, you can see every fund except for the sewer department had a operating income versus a loss. The sewer department's loss does not reflect the appropriated transfer from the general fund. So when you factor that in, you're actually you have an increased net position through that. As that figure, the sewer department's operating loss was $469,000, whereas we transferred in $600,000 from the general fund as anticipated. Exhibit 10 on page 24, this is a cash flow statement. This is a good way to see how your funds are actually operating because, as you know, on the budgetary basis, you're paying your budgetary basis is quite similar to cash basis in the sense that you're paying your annual debt payment, you're spending money on capital outlay at one point. So you can see the first section here on this exhibit is net cash provided by operating activities. So you can see the water department provided about $1.2 million in operating activities. Electric department was about break even on operating activities for cash flow purposes, whereas sewer department was down about $150,000 in cash flow, and the ice arena was up about $150,000. Cash flows from capital and related financing activities, they're all had a decrease, of course, in cash used as you pay your debt, as you purchase capital assets. Obviously, those tend to be bigger chunks of outlays than any offsetting revenue at the current time. And then purchase of investments is basically it's kind of unique this year because a lot more money the town has. Town kind of pools its money together, which it's a good idea. So a lot of that was actually held in investments versus cash this year. So it's just a transition between how the funds themselves report it, whether it's cash or investments. It's not really it's more temporary investments, if you will. Exhibits 11 and 12, page 25 and 26, these are fiduciary funds. These are, again, funds held by your trustees of trust funds, but they're not held for the benefit of the town as a whole. They're either held for the town for the benefit of a few, such as a scholarship where only a student is eligible at a certain moment. And then also custodial funds, which are trust funds held on behalf of other governments altogether, such as the school district. The next section is the notes to the financial statements. I don't tend to review anything with you because they're just primarily meant to explain the town's policies and explain any significant balances that we just went through in further detail. So it should be self-explanatory. And when I'm done, if you have questions on that information, of course, I will take them. So I'm just going to jump right to page 60. These next two exhibits are combining balance sheets and combining statements of revenue, expenditures, and changes of fund balance for your non-major funds. The town reports just for five funds. You have your recreation fund, your police detail fund, conservation, and your permanent fund. Again, permanent fund being money held by the trustees for permanent town purposes such as cemetery. Recreation fund, you can see, has $134,000 in it. Conservation has $333,000. Police detail fund has $17,000. And then on Exhibit 18, you can see that the recreation fund increased by $83,000, police detail increased by $6,000, and conservation increased by $35,000, while the permanent fund had an increase of $60,000, primarily investment income. Exhibit 19 is the general fund budgetary statement of revenues. This is a more detailed estimate to actual results exhibit, which is usually pretty useful. I kind of mentioned, but if you look at that variance column, you can see that your significant variances is the FEMA money that came in. You of course properly did not estimate for that. You don't want to offset your taxes, which was the right move, of course. And then under miscellaneous, a couple of your other bigger positive variances were some sale of property and interest on investments. So those were the primary drivers of the bottom line $2.3 million positive variance in your actual revenues over your estimates. Same case in Exhibit 20. This is just on the expenditure side. Here you can see 4 columns. You have your encumbrances from the year before, which essentially are added to your appropriations, because within that expenditures column represents expenditures on current appropriations as well as expenditures from previous appropriations that were encumbered. And then you have encumbered to the subsequent year. Those are not expenditures by definition, but they are budgetary expenditures, if you will, so that they're not
I'm looking at this
lapsed.
one right
So you know you're going to use them. So on page 64, you can see that there's a positive variance at the bottom line of $550,000. I don't think, I guess the only primary factor that jumped out there is personnel administration. You had a positive variance of $300,000. On Exhibit 21, this is a useful schedule of changes in unassigned fund balance on the budgetary basis. And this shows you where you started and where you ended. Started the year at $300,000 in your unassigned, $303 million, in your unassigned fund balance. Again, your total budget surplus was $2.9 million. You had a decrease in non-spendable fund balance of $22,000, which represents an increase in unassigned. And then you had an increase in restricted fund balance of $47,000, which represents a decrease in unassigned. And that's how you get to your ending unassigned of $5.9 million. Looking at that budget surplus figure, this is kind of for comparison purposes, if you look at that total 2.9 as a percentage of your budget, that's 13%. Of course, that's primarily revenue side. If you look at just that $550,000 unexpended balance of appropriations, that's 2.5% of your budget for the general fund. The year before, you were at that same figure was $200,000, which was 1%. The year before that, your unexpended balance of appropriations was $476,000, which was 1.8%. So higher than the last few years, but still within the ballpark of what you've done in the past. And that's more of a policy for the board of what your target is there. There's arguments to be made either way, how close you want to get, how comfortable you want to be at the end of the year. It's really policy more so than what I recommend. Obviously, your revenue surplus was again large because of the reasons we went through. Now that unassigned fund balance, my last few points here, sort of replicating the calculation that the DRA will do, but there's a couple different tweaks in the figures they use versus what I use. But that unassigned fund balance as a percent of your total general fund appropriation, I have that at about 13.4%. Right in the middle of that ballpark that they recommend of 8 to 17 or 10 to 15. Year before, of course, 7.25%. The year before that was the 0.66%, which we know I discussed when I was here that time while you were there. But going back a few more years, you were at that 13.4% a few years before that. So you're right in line with what you've done. You certainly are in a good shape, but you don't have excess, in my opinion, yet of your fund balance. I was just at another town that did have certainly a significant amount more percentage-wise than they may have needed. Exhibit 22, this is your schedule of expenditures of federal awards. This is not always, you don't always see this because you have not been subject to a full single audit in a few years. The town had $3.1 million of expenditures of federal awards. We are required to audit, because it was your first year in a couple of years, we were required to audit amounts that equaled or greater than 40%. So we audited, for the single audit, your capitalization grants for drinking water, state revolving fund projects, which is the water treatment plant, the vintage water main line, and the lead service line. That was $1.5 million. And then also we audited the FEMA amount of the $1 million you received for 2 different disasters, but you received both of those in 2024. We had no comments for the single audit itself, and that shows up they would have shown up on page 73. But we did have a financial statement finding. The town was not able to provide us with a fully reconciled general ledger cash account. We spent significant time going back and forth with suggestions on where this gap may be, but ultimately it couldn't be solved, and it's kind of an ongoing number, but it fluctuates for sure. As noted by management's response, I think it does primarily have to do with the system's interaction and the way batch receipts are posted, basically, from tax office to general ledger, because it's a manual process. There's always been difficulty determining, that the tax system is going to give credit to the taxpayer paying that bill online or in person the moment they pay it, as they should. But then there's a gap between hitting the bank, there's a gap between posting, there's a gap, and those gaps kind of snowball sometimes in a certain way. So basically my recommendation is to try to, maybe the reconciliation process needs a refresher and a different way to look at it. I mean, I briefly looked at January's, and I would say the difference that the town had in December, it kind of corresponds to the flip side difference it might have in January. So again, would suspect that it's just the floating of deposits crossing years and periods, which are always difficult to properly account for, but doesn't mean you can't, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't. So, but nothing, again, to cause me further concern, but it is certainly a deficiency that needs to be addressed and fixed. But beyond that, any questions for me?
Any questions at this point? We just got it.
Yeah, I don't know.
So just
I'm
a
assuming
comment.
you're not telling us anything bad.
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
say that I am.
I think this was a conversation we had with Sam during budget season about trying to take an accounting system. It would be gracious to call it a financial accounting system, but an accounting system, and trying to horse it to conform with the volume of business we're putting on it. That's kind of what I hear you saying. And we should have soft closes here as we go along the year, just know where we are. Just a point, this is your last visit to us. You're going to be moving on to other things. Thank you for your service to the town of Wolfeboro.
It's been my pleasure. I would say we're only leaving we only declined to propose on your RFP because my firm has actually shrunk a little bit. It's only 4 of us, so now we're 25%, one person. And the auditing requirements and the accounting requirements for every town has increased over the years. And your town certainly has increased what it offers and what it has and what's going on in town. So it's a big job. One I certainly appreciated the opportunity to work with, and one I enjoyed coming here. The staff, everyone we worked with pretty much everyone downstairs at some point, and everyone to the T was certainly a pleasure to work with, and provided everything we asked, and was always really didn't frown when they saw us come in, because as an auditor you do get that sometimes. So I'll certainly miss working with the town. And it's not to say I won't be proposing again in the future the next time you go out. So
Thanks, Timothy.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Next up.
All right. Next, we're going to get into the Libby trustee meeting.
I make a motion that we go into a Libby trustee meeting.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Go ahead.
All right, Jim, do you have anything for us?
So I believe the Heritage Commission was going to report out to the trustees. Maggie?
Thank you and good evening. This is the last report the Heritage Commission Subcommittee on the Libby Museum will be making to you. And Howard Lowe and I are here to share duties. Dave Bolduc was unable to make it.
Good evening. I'm going to read a report that Dave Bolduc has provided. Dave has been the liaison with the construction company whose contract you approved recently and whose work began today. The engineering posts and scaffolding and staging were delivered to the site this morning and work commenced. The crew consists of 3 craftsmen from Preservation Timber Framing, one of whom is the owner, Aaron Sturgis. Initial work will focus on bracing the center of the north wall, the area where there is the most significant decay. Work will continue throughout the rest of this week. Next week, work will be paused while the crew can attend a previously scheduled week-long training program. The following week, work will resume until the job is complete. The trustees can expect periodic updates from the construction team regarding the progress of the project. It is the intention for all work to be completed from the outside of the building, and the goal is to complete the project without impacting the interior of the building or the collection. At the conclusion of each workday, all penetrations will be covered to prevent entry to the museum by both weather and intruders. This is phase 1 of a 2-phase project. Phase 1 is limited to stabilizing the north wall by adding a structural post along the side where the existing posts are compromised. Phase 2 will need to be completed before the museum can reopen and involves replacing and repairing the interior and exterior finishes. The Phase 1 stabilization is a temporary remedy. The design intent is for Phase 2 to occur within a year of the completion of Phase 1. Thank you.
I think that's a good report. You should be pleased. So for the past 10 months, we have worked to help you in transitioning the museum to a new owner. We've been guided by the conviction that the building is worth saving and that the collection should be evaluated and refined so that the museum could reopen under new ownership as a reimagined place of learning. However, the Heritage Commission, as a town-appointed body, is not the organization to take that on. We are pleased that thanks to the 7 to Save designation, a call went out to all of the Preservation Alliance's email recipients that proposals for taking over the museum were being entertained. Stabilization of the back wall buys time to keep the building standing and the collection housed and to find that successor trustee, relieving the town of its 70-year obligation. I recently also met with Ian McLeod, director of the Squam Lake Science Center in Holderness, and with Jonathan Nichols, director of the Woodman Museum in Dover. These nearby museums topped our list of likely related institutions to take over the Libby. While they both indicated that they have no capacity to take over the Libby Museum, they offered to help in any other ways they could. Jeff Barraclough, the director of the New Hampshire Heritage Museum Trail, of which the Libby was a member, and of the Manchester Historic Association, also made a similar offer. Which brings me to today's letter to the Granite State News from Suzanne Ryan, the new chairman of the Friends of the Libby Museum, the private nonprofit that has for years supplemented the budgets and workload of the museum to keep it going. She hit the nail on the head. While the Friends of the Libby stated a month ago that they are not interested in being the successor trustee, they are advocating for responsible collections management and have offered some of their remaining money to move and store the fragile items typically moved off-site during the winter. The last time it was discussed, it wasn't acted upon. You needed a collections policy. I have now drafted one for you. This was drawn from policies I obtained from the Woodman Museum, Canterbury Shaker Village, the Manchester Historic Association, and the Fairbanks Museum of Natural History in Vermont, as well as general guidance from the American Alliance of Museums. My policy has headings that include collecting goals, who implements the policy, guidelines for acquisition, guidelines for how to de-accession items in the property, and a process for doing that, what happens to de-accessioned items and what's the hierarchy for that, how are loans managed, both incoming and outgoing. Outgoing loans are often done when a museum is closing for construction or other reasons to get some other museum to provide storage, basically, and to get it off the books while work is being done. There are sections on appraisals, how to document the collection, insurance and risk management, and then a section for approval and adoption, which would be signed by the museum trustees. With the adoption of this, you can accept the offers of professional help to form a collections committee that can make things happen to safeguard and manage the collection. I might also suggest you consider people like Kathy Dragonfly, who is an appraiser, and Martha Cummings, the former director of the Boat Museum, who both live in Wolfeboro and would be willing to help. Tonight's agenda also included a section on values and vision. In a perfect world, a mission and vision statement would exist before a collections policy is adopted. But this is a messy and imperfect situation, and I have done the best I could. I hope you can review and finalize these policies, and then perhaps consider hiring someone to manage the process for you. Then you could fulfill your obligations and work with the Friends toward temporary solutions. Now, my colleague Howard Lowe has some further ideas.
Thank you, Maggie. Some final comments. In light of the Heritage Commission stepping away from an active role on the future of the Libby, I believe that there is enough interest locally and regionally to keep the museum going, though not funded or operated by the town. I intend to facilitate the formation of a team to explore a new nonprofit that could become the successor trustee to the town, and I will do this as a private citizen. I will invite the organizations Maggie has identified as willing to help with the Libby, as well as local individuals and organizations who want to see the museum succeed. If there is enough interest and support, the team would submit a plan to the Select Board to create a new nonprofit to take over the operation and management of the Libby. Perhaps as a children's museum, a seasonal nature center, or another good idea. The goal is to have a concept for your review in the next 30 days or so. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie.
Thank you.
Good job, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie.
Any board members have any questions at this point?
I just want to thank Maggie and Howard. The collection policy document is, I haven't read it, but did you use the word hit the nail on the head when you were talking about Suzanne? I don't think she meant it personally, but that hits the nail on the head in terms of what we need to do with the collection. So I think we should read this as a team and discuss it. I think it's great. Thanks for doing it.
Suzanne?
What are you doing?
She's got Halloween
She's
candy.
going to be Halloween
We don't
candy.
need teeth pulled.
Is this the collection?
Oh, my God.
I thought so.
Manhattan phone book. Thank you, Susan.
Suzanne Ryan, Friends of the Libby, chairwoman, chair. I don't know how to work this.
You want some help?
Okay. Thank you to Maggie for doing that work and giving me the handout. I'll read it over. The Friends of the Libby are here to save that. What happens to the building is going to be a long discussion. Until somebody comes up with some money, it's going to sit there, probably mothballed until something happens financially, or you decide to go to court, because all the best ideas have to go to court to a judge for a final decision. Just as you got the trusteeship in 1956, it was a judge who said, Town of Wolfeboro, we're handing that over to you. So nothing can happen until then. And that's why we're trying to, at our cost, take the fragile items and store them for 5 years, up to 5 years. And under your guidance, because it's something that you have to allow, and under your conditions as to where, what, and how. And so that was what our main goal still is. The offer still stands. It will stand. But the issue of the contents has sort of gone astray in that there may be the impression that you can divide up the contents. The assessment given by the party that you hired only chose to do Dr. Libby's items. I don't know how that happened or why, but there's a total of close to 3,000 items, and studious Paul noted that there's 1,700 plus pages in those booklets. And I would say to you that the will that was drafted by Henry Libby said all those 2 certain tracts of land together with the museum and other buildings, including the contents of said museum. So you can't divide up the contents and say Dr. Libby's is here and the other 300 from 3,000, 2,000 some odd can go there. It's a collection, and it has to stay as a collection. And I've got that on good authority. And also, just so those people that are interested in collaborating need to understand, you can't split up those parcels. Although they're described independently in the will as parcel or land number 1, 2, and 3, it's a total package. The 3 lots, 1 lot is now the Libby Park in Tuftonboro. How that happened, I think I'd still like to find that out. And then the other 2 lots, one is with the museum and one is with the waterfront. And to the waterfront, because you're going to be talking about giving permission for someone to, or people to put in their, I don't know what you call them.
Barges.
Yeah.
Barges.
Yeah, barges. In the will, he says, it is my will that no obstruction of any nature shall ever be permitted on the aforesaid land in front of the museum or in the water abutting thereon, so as to mar or interfere with the beautiful view from the museum or from its shorefront. Now I know what you're going to say. It's not a building, it's not permanent, it's only temporary, we're just putting them in there for launching and getting them out. But let me show you. This mars the view. And it's not just one person, one time, and that's it. You've developed a policy that allows this to happen, and I think you need to rethink it. Let's see what else I have. There is a, oh, sorry. That certainly wasn't a commercial operation certainly was not the wishes. You know, and all of us that make out our will, don't we hope that it's respected and it's carried out with the intent, even if it's not the correct wording, that the intent be carried out? Also, in Business New Hampshire, it's rather shameful. Talks about your fiduciary duty, and this is a publication that goes to a lot of places in New Hampshire. This was in 24 or 25. It says, as trustees of the museum, Wolfeboro's failure to keep up maintenance of the museum has drawn the attention of the New Hampshire Director of Charitable Trust, a breach of the New Hampshire Department of Justice. In a letter to selectmen in 22, the assistant director, who was no longer there, stated, as trustees, Wolfeboro owes fiduciary duties to the Libby Museum in light of its purpose and the fact that it has perpetual existence. And then it goes on to say, the Libby Museum property for its intended purpose. The town's failure to comply with these obligations are breaches of its fiduciary duties. And I think you know it. One last item is the value that was given to that portion of the collection, the portion of the 3,000 pieces. The 300 pieces were valued at, what, 16,000. Get my comma in the wrong place. So I ask, let's just double it up for the fun of it. It still doesn't come to what you have it insured for. So either the taxpayers are paying too much for the insurance on that collection, something doesn't add up. You have a value with an insurance company, which isn't always the same as what an assessed value would be. However, you're paying for the insurance of a value of the contents, and that's not tables and chairs, because there's not much of that stuff in there. $440,800. You need to do a valuation of the whole thing if you're going to do something with it. In the meantime, I say again, our office stands. We would gladly work in any manner that you feel is appropriate. It would be put in a safe place upon your approval. Everything would be upon your approval. That building is not going to get opened right away. That collection's going to sit there. You can cover it with plastic and sheets and towels. It's cold, damp, raw, moldy. There's things in there that are going to not be saved. And if it ever gets reopened, which it may not, the reality may be that we lose the building. If we do, you got to be thinking about the collection. But on the other hand, it's very clever. If the collection goes away, how easy is it to get rid of the building? A library is not a library without books. A school is not a school without students. A museum is not a museum without a collection. So easy to get rid of the collection. Thank you.
All right, anything else for the Libby trustees? We want to come out of a meeting?
I'll make a motion to come out of
Second.
the Living Trustees meeting. I think I'll talk.
Somebody second? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We obviously will take this information and look through it. We just got it, same as we do other stuff, so. Thank you, everybody, for your information. Okay, next on the agenda, we moved our meeting stuff, L, up to the next request to refurbish the old Firehouse Community Center via private donors.
Okay, yeah.
This afternoon, Mr. Hutchinson provided me with a PowerPoint presentation, which you have in front of you, and he'll go through it.
Good evening, board and friends, neighbors. My name is Jordy Hutchinson, and I have with me tonight Tony Fallon, a local New Hampshire licensed architect. Tony?
49 Center Street.
Okay. So Tony's been really helpful in putting together a plan that I would like to kind of go through with you. And to start with, we'll go through this PowerPoint presentation, and I'll answer some questions at the end and open it up also to public conversation. So the firehouse was built in 1922. At the time, it was called Factory Street. It's since been renamed Laner Street. It was a firehouse until about 1970 and became a community center in 1972. These are some neat old pictures showing it when it was an active firehouse. In the years since it's become the community center, it's been a home to scout programs. The local quilters quilt there still today. It's hosted birthday parties, all kinds of different events. I think John even mentioned that he was a Cub Scout there at one time. I know that I went to birthday parties there as a kid, and lots of other people did too. I put out on Facebook just looking to get some comments. I got a few comments from some local folks. One was talking about how Laner Street became Laner Street after Mr. Gene Laner died at the property after a fire. So that's when it became Laner Street. Darwin Moulton talks about when it was converted into the community center. And then Melissa Morgan talks about just the importance of maintaining local history and historic buildings. So over the last 20 years, there's been a lot of deferred maintenance. Jim Pinio put together I believe it was about 40-page report for the board. And in it, a lot of the items that are still problematic today were being mentioned as early as 2001, and then repeatedly starting around 2009. So this is the current state of the building. So in addition to the building itself, the property is very overgrown. So I mean the property, the lawn maintenance and yard maintenance, it's covered in invasive vegetation, and there is a capital reserve account. There's $77,000 at the disposal of the board to deal with some of these issues, and obviously that hasn't been the case. So this is the back of the building. That's the power line coming in. That's covered in bittersweet. Those are some trees growing on the other side of the building between the MED and the community center. So about a month ago, the board, or at the request of the board and Jim Pinio, the fire marshal's office came and did an inspection. I have that report right here. And there was a bunch of findings. Some of them are more concerning than others. But among them are inadequate exits, non-functioning emergency lights, structural damage would be, I think, some of those obvious things based on what I read, and outdated alarm systems. So I've looked into pricing out alarms and all these different things, and that's all easy to deal with. A lot of these issues have come up for 20 years. In 2009, Ethan Hipple, who was then the Parks and Rec director, promised the town that in January that some of these issues would be corrected, and you'll see those on the next page. And just for years, it's been, a lack of maintenance and failed promises. So they In 2009, had Primex and Municipal Fire come out. They put together a report. Ethan put together a management plan, and then he promised to deal with some of the issues that the fire marshal brought up again in 2025. So it's from 2009 to 25, these issues came up over and over again. There's another letter from Tom Zotti. In this, he talks about the lights, he talks about the exit, and he recommends at the time, this is about a year ago, or actually over a year ago, he recommended that the town could remove the back staircase, and by doing so, they could derate the building down to 49 occupants, and it would not be a code issue. I know at a prior meeting, Christine brought up a concern about the safety of people using the building with just one door, and Paul, I know, applauded her for that. So I reached out to the police department and Chief Warren. I have a letter that you all have, and Chief Warren reports that in all of their records and in everyone's memory that the building has never been subject to a vehicle strike. So I don't think that's a concern that we have to worry about, at least in the near term. So 49 occupants was Tom Zotti's recommendation. There are some environmental concerns. At prior meetings, members of the board and other town employees have told the public that the building is unsafe. So at my expense, I had a mold inspection done to address, or to at least look into the mold concerns, which I was told at the other meetings there was mold. The report did not find that. They did air quality tests, which came back normal. They did visual inspection of the whole building. The report's in your packet. There is some asbestos. It's limited to glue in the women's bathroom floor, a protective coating under the sink in the kitchen, the caulking in 3 windows up in the fire tower, and about 28 feet of pipe insulation in the basement. I did have that quoted. All demolition out of Gilmington, which is a state-licensed asbestos abatement firm, quoted it at $9,660. Among the things you're being asked to vote on tonight would be to spend that amount out of the capital reserve and to deal with the asbestos, because whether you tear this building down or it gets repaired, that is going to have to be done. These are the reports. This was done by the town. This was a phase 1 environmental report that covered both buildings. The highlighted portions are the asbestos positive materials. Here's the quote. You guys have that in your packet as well. Again, state licensed. This covers remediating all of the asbestos in 32 Laner Street, the community center. So in 2025, the ad hoc committee for the community center, which comprises of a few selectmen, plus Christine Collins of Parks and Rec and Amy Capone-Muccio from the town manager's office and other offices in town. They are the committee, and they recommended that the building be shut down and informed all of the users, including the quilters, that they needed to find new places to go. And at that time, there had not been any public hearing or updated master plan discussion about this. And the master plan, for that matter, has not been updated since 2019, which was before a number of the buildings in town were either rebuilt or renovated, and also before COVID. So the ad hoc committee recommends spending $250,000 for a study, some design options, and then the plan to build a new community center. So that would be, I believe, the next year or the year after that they're hoping to do that, and they have a placeholder in the CIP for either 27 or 28 to the tune of I think it's $4.3 million as a placeholder for this new community center. And at the last 3 meetings that I've been at, I haven't heard any public testimony to the effect of us not having enough space or needing a new community center. So I don't know that there's actually a need, and I think that that should be looked into before any of this is undertaken in terms of exploring a larger building or spending these funds. This picture was taken the last night the quilters were using the building. They're in there, or when they were it was supposed to be there last night. They are actually still using it. There's a few of the quilters sitting out on the stoop. So despite the neglect, the building's still in good shape. The first time that I met with Tony, he remarked that the building is plumb, true, and square. It can definitely be repaired and renovated for something that everyone could use. I have a letter here from Nick Laganis, who's a local builder and the person who's one of the people who's been helping with this project so far. And I'm going to read it. I recently inspected the Wolfeboro Community Center building located at 32 Laner Street. I met on site with a local architect, Tony Fallon, along with my subcontractors to review existing conditions and building integrity. Based on my observation and experiences, it is a prime candidate for a remodel. With proper drawings and engineering oversight, it is my opinion that with appropriate repairs, upgrades, and cosmetic improvements, the structure can continue to serve the community effectively for years to come. Having completed numerous renovation and new construction projects in Wolfeboro, including several much larger in scope and complexity, I am confident that the community center can be successfully updated in a practical and cost-effective manner. It would be my pleasure to assist the town in this renovation, restoring this building to a place where our citizens, young and old, could congregate for local activities and events. Signed, Nick Laganis. So before you, again, there's 3 different things that you're being asked to vote on. And they're essentially the same 3 items that were listed on the agenda or on my initial application in September. So they've been on your radar. This is the mold report. So this is to address the concerns which have been brought up multiple times about mold. This, to my knowledge, is the only expert report about mold for that building. The town did spend some money in years past doing some preventative stuff, but I've not been able to get my hands on any other mold report. This page has the conclusions. In it, talks about that the air quality is acceptable in the building. He makes some recommendations of things that should be done during a renovation. Those are at the bottom. Tony, again, without Tony, this project, this proposal wouldn't be possible. It's it's a major undertaking to try to understand the codes and what it'll take to to make this feasible. And Tony has been kind enough to draw these. So the first page shows the basement layout. The left side would remain the boiler or mechanical room. The larger room would be storage, directly accessed only from outside, no interconnecting stairs. Upstairs shows a small warming kitchen, a storage area, pantry or storage/pantry, a janitor closet which is required, and then 2 ADA compliant bathrooms, and then removing the rear stairs and having an entrance on the side to the parking lot between this building and MED, and then maintaining the same entrance on the front. So there would be 2 means of access and egress. There's a couple of different elevations. There's a larger blow up of the kitchen. So this kitchen would be perfect for things like, senior coffee, even like the senior lunch that I served a few weeks ago at the town hall. That kitchen is a warming kitchen also, with the same limitations. So this could be used for that. And this plan shows seating, or at least allowable seating for 83 people. So that would be, probably the allowable, at least with tables and chairs. Shows the ADA compliant restrooms, a few other blow-ups. The goal would be to bring this building up to code. I'm still gathering the remaining cost estimates. It is going to be more expensive than I initially anticipated, but I have a pretty good idea of where we're coming in, and it's somewhere around $400,000. I do still believe that I can fundraise that entire amount. So with exception of the asbestos abatement, which I am asking the town to take care of, because you have to deal with that regardless, and then any parking or other things that you'd want to do outside, the rest of it, I would fundraise, or we would fundraise before the project got started. The goal would be to work with maybe a few members of the board, get together the rest of the proposals, outline the proper format for legal structure. I'll bundle all the donations so we have everything in hand before starting, sign contract with the builder, very straightforward. The other day when I was at my office, I got an email from an old customer and friend who asked if she could come by and hear about what we were doing, because she wasn't going to be able to make it tonight. And at the end, she committed $10,000. So I haven't asked for any donations yet, but that was an unsolicited. And in your packet, and Jim has it in hand, I have given a check for $5,000 today. That would cover immediately repairing the roof on the top of the tower, ripping off the back staircase, and then just replacing the section of pipe that would be removed during the remediation. And that would take care of the immediate needs to keep the building safe and functional, and so that it wouldn't further degrade while we nail down the finer details. So again, you're asked tonight to vote on keeping the center open, accepting the donation, allowing a volunteer group to clean up vegetation on the property. These are all things that were outlined. The only thing that's new is asking for the remediation of the asbestos, which you're all aware of, so the asbestos is nothing new. Here's a few renderings of what the building might look like with a refresh. Here's our quilters inside with the posts removed and some fresh lighting. The town did a charrette in 2021. A bunch of local businesses, including mine, sponsored it. The town helped sponsor it. Some of you folks were part of it. And in the charrette, they recommended that, they explicitly recommended that we preserve the historic character of Wolfeboro, that we enhance existing public spaces, that we serve retirees and don't price them out, and that we stabilize and renovate old buildings, stabilize and renovate this old building and possibly connect it to the electric building to complete a complex. And I do see that that could be something that could happen in the future. Again, today I don't know that there's a need, but that's another great building right next door, and I think that we could probably do some other, public-private partnership in the future to address a future need. So here's the charrette. This was one of the pages from the report that was presented to the town after that was done. The building, has been part of town since 1922. It's over 100 years old. It's got good, nice lines. It fits in with its neighborhood. It's in decent shape. The only things that are wrong with it are the fact that it's been neglected by the town. But if we tear it down, it's gone, and whatever gets built there probably won't fit in as well as what's there. So I think it's my goal to work with the town, the donors, with you folks, and try to, see this plan forward. And I think I can raise the money quickly, and I think I know we can do the project quickly once the funds are in hand. So that's it. I'll open it up to questions from any of the board members for either Tony or myself, and then members of the public, I guess, can jump in as well.
Thanks, Jordy. Board members, questions?
I think I have a pretty good grasp of this. I've had conversations with Jordy. I support the project. I'd like to know, by a show of hands, who in this room right now wants to save the town of Wolfeboro money? Raise your hand. Who thinks that we need another $4.2 million building with extra debt payment for us? Raise your hand.
I like this.
Who uses the community center?
Who should?
Yeah.
Over here.
Who has used the community center?
Who wants to use the community center?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're all having
I'd like to make a comment. This reminds me of Abenaki, when we asked to close it due to the cost of insurance.
Sure.
And we got the public out.
Oh, yeah.
And the public has supported it for years. So it isn't, I feel
I paid for the first website for Friends of Abenaki, so yeah.
It's that same energy. We were starting down a different path because of a vote.
Sure.
And so this is the momentum to turn us around and to take a look at another viable option. I will support the taxpayers not having to pay to redo this building, and it is a part of who we are. That's what you're telling me, just like that slope.
Thank you.
So, listen, so Jordy, thanks for this. That's a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
And thanks for not being too harsh on the fact that we probably have ignored this, but
Water under the bridge.
we hope. I was the one a couple of weeks ago that engendered a couple of comments down there about the building and my grandchildren, and I probably caused you to go out and do the mold study, didn't I?
A lot of research. Yeah.
Confess.
Well, absolutely, definitely.
I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you did it.
Thank you.
It seems to me, and I think we'll have more conversation, it seems to me that it is beyond obvious that the building has got some nasty stuff in there.
Sure.
And we should take an initiative to mitigate it.
Sure.
Then I could have my grandchildren go into the building. That's kind of where I come from on that. Here's what I don't understand, and is
Sure.
And Tony, you're going to have to help us. I think Jordy, you sent me something today that said this gentleman is a certificated architect. I don't know. Did I ask you to send that to me?
No, it's just it was Tony, and I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
you guys all had that.
Because I wasn't probing on that, but this is this project. I don't know how much it's going to cost, and I think you, by your own admission, are saying it might get bigger and bigger.
Well, it's more than I expected.
The
only numbers that I'm waiting on are the mechanicals, and honestly, we need to kind of. Well, actually, let me just touch on that. So Tony's involved because obviously the plans all need to be designed by a licensed architect. The mechanicals will all need to be stamped engineered drawings. I have a firm that Tony has introduced me to in Keene that will do those for us. They'd like to come up next week. To move forward, I'll be spending another $4,400 with them to do these. And that'll give us what we need to get the rest of the numbers. So the only numbers I don't have are the HVAC, plumbing, and electric. There are legitimate placeholder numbers in my budget, but I don't have those numbers, and I can't get those numbers without the engineer drawings, and I'm not going to spend $4,400 to do that if the board isn't sure that they want to go this direction. So
Stipulate.
tonight, I'd love to know either kill it or let's try to move forward. So back to Tony.
So I think I'll shut up after this, but I think you've touched on the points. The ambition here, and we have to figure out how this works from our point of view, because we're effectively saying, you go figure out how to fix our building, and we have to just figure out how mechanistically that works, which I think we need to sit amongst ourselves and talk about. But the ambition here is to get a building permit. I mean, when all is said and done, you got to get a building permit. And, that building permit, and we could do it two different ways, my thinking. You could do it two different ways. You could go through the design review. You've gone to TRC, right, Tony, a couple of times, once or twice?
What was the question?
You've gone to the TRC.
Oh, of course. Sure.
Once or twice,
Yes.
right? So the technical review committee could help us figure out what is going to help you get to the building permit, because that's the goal, right? You want to get a building permit.
Yeah, let me add in, there's a code consultant, senior, very professional, well recognized throughout the state, that is edging towards retirement, like many of us, but he's still working for me.
Look the other way.
But anyways, he's very, very, very good. He's taken a quick look at it, and by the end of this week, he will have a code report for us.
Good.
We have the initial things from him of the kitchen as with the limitations of being once a week, no fatty cooking. We can do the residential grade, and not looking at sprinklers and the additional exit that we've added. Looks like that should pretty much do it, but he's going to give us a full-blown report that we can also bring to the TRC and work with Chief Zadi and Josh, and just come to agreement with the scope of, my job, the pretty little stamp that I have, that says when I stamp that in my opinion, we're complying with the laws of the state of New Hampshire with regards to building code, fire life safety code. I don't do that on my own anymore like the old days. I always hire a code consultant. My code consultant is on board already on this.
So you understand, just for the benefit of those watching, I mean, the ambition here is whether you rehab, redo, whatever the right word is, there needs to be an assessment of the timbers, the frame, insulation, wiring, plumbing, fire, all that stuff, and TRC can help you flesh that out, and then that
Is TRC generally a part of a renovation? I've never known that to be part of a renovation.
I think it is. I think it is.
Yeah,
if somebody wants to do a major project, they're going to go to the TRC.
Yeah, that's all due respect, all blah blah.
Yeah.
The TRC is typically more how the departments fit in.
So here's my thinking. It's not an offer because we have to talk about it. If you think there's a better way to do it, the ambition is to get to the building permit.
Of course, but I'm just asking why this project would be subjected to additional scrutiny than other projects.
It's not.
No, Paul,
it's not.
I like to be proactive. I'm happy to do a TRC. At any point, we could just go ahead and jumpstart that and do that now. That's fine.
Jody, I may be wrong, but and I'm going to point at the collective view. We get popped a lot for municipal projects, and then we can't figure out what we built. The as-built thing. So
it just happened with the public safety building. I'm glad you brought it up.
All right,
we have an existing problem. Thank you.
Were we talking about water under the bridge? Okay. So we get some thought leadership on projects. And I'm not trying to solve world hunger with this project, but we want to do it correctly. Okay,
Yeah,
so
and-
and I know you're giving me the thumb, okay, as long as you're not giving me the finger.
We are in 100% agreement on that.
So I have a question.
How we get there, I guess, is
So I'm done.
the discussion.
Go ahead, Brian.
I have a question.
Wait a minute.
Can we go to, oh, Linda wants to go first? Okay,
Well,
go
Linda,
ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, I said before, and I think we really need to sit down and put a document together.
Right.
So you know what we need, and we know what you're going to do, and so there is no misunderstanding.
Agreed.
Yep.
Okay, so,
What I was going to suggest
Correct.
was we have a letter from you, October 8th. Part of it, I'll just briefly. You're talking about using donated funds. You're also talking about a brief postponement, which would allow the consideration of privately funded alternative, which
That's
to me
this, yeah.
means that
That's her closing.
we would sit down with you, and
Yeah.
I'm going to designate 2 people to do that,
Sounds great.
okay? To sit down with you and see if we can organize this so that it would make sense both from a town perspective and yours, and whoever you represent,
Sure.
okay? So I'll just leave it at that for right now.
So will you tonight be voting on a conditional approval on those items that I've asked now twice for you to vote on?
Well,
Brian wants to
I'm not sure that we want to go that far yet.
Well, I can't move forward with getting estimates without it.
okay,
You can,
Can I speak?
if we put some people with you and Tony or whoever and get some more information, that's all I want.
Okay.
I'm not at this point.
I think all we're talking about now is fine-tuning the legal documents,
Well,
which
not
I'm happy
saying-
to pay for an attorney to write that up or pay, whatever. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about attorneys, I'm talking about people from the board sitting down with you and working out the rest of this
Okay, Dave.
project, okay? From now
So an
forward.
approval could be subject to that.
So I'm not talking about
So,
shutting it down or stopping it or anything else.
But
What
I
wanna
actually am
do is-
asking you to stop it or
Well,
to green
You
light it.
have asked us to stop it.
I have. It's the last line in the first page that you have on your desk.
Yeah, the thing you gave us tonight. I'll
Well,
make a
it's just
firm
reiterate.
decision.
I've asked the same thing I have modified it slightly, but I did ask the same thing in early September. Those 3 items.
We haven't shut it down, have we?
No, and that's the problem. You were quick to vote on the parking, but you're like acting like you can't make a decision on this.
quick to vote.
I'm trying to sort this out tonight so we can move forward. I
Okay.
think it's what we're trying to do, and I think that's what you want.
That is, I would like to move
Okay.
forward, or I would like it to stop, because we can't do anything more without getting these mechanical
Okay,
estimates.
Dave.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak? So, I think Bill Scott can guide us through whether you need to go to technical review or not, or what you need to get a building permit.
Great.
I don't think we need to be mucking around and
shouldn't be.
and
It's a
pontificating.
building permit. Yep.
That's number one. Number two, I believe that in a statement, be part of the solution or get out of the way. So is the board going to get in the way, or are we going to try and be part of the solution? I believe there should be 2 people that meet with Jordy and his attorney, if we have to draft up whatever document suits the town and gives the town comfort to go forward. But in the interim, I can't see stopping a volunteer group who's willing to donate their own money from at least starting to make sure that the building doesn't have water leaking into it, make sure that asbestos is out of the building, by the way, I believe is on us. That's on us. I can look in the mirror and say it's on us. And we have volunteer groups that clean beaches, that help with lots of projects.
The rail trail.
The rail, and we're not going to allow them to have a volunteer group to cut down vegetation around the
I
building?
don't think anybody said that, so,
Okay,
you
so
know,
let's vote on it.
I think it's number 3 that we've got to let you know is the key.
Sure.
Are we going to move forward with a public-private partnership to repair the building?
Yes.
Or isn't that what you really need tonight?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ultimately what we need tonight, or I would like tonight,
So
yes.
that's where I think we need to decide.
Is that a motion?
Hang on a minute, Paul.
Yeah, so, and thank you for that, Brian. So I will make a motion, because I was the one that started this about the environmental stuff. I agree with you, it's on us to get the abated stuff out of there. I mean, we've known about it. So I believe we should, you know, and I don't know whether we want to use your report or the Bergeron report or the
Well,
mayor's report.
we used your,
I think you took the tie-in bond.
you
thing.
have the tie-in, yeah, we
I
used
don't know
that
which one we
report.
do, but I'm going to make a motion that we use $9,880. Is that what it is?
9660.
9,660 to move forward with abating the lead and the asbestos in that building.
It's asbestos. The lead will be encapsulated, the building will get new siding, and that's
I'm
how
going
the
to still
lead.
be unhappy with that, but I'll move that we abate the asbestos.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a motion.
so I
Do we have
hear-
a second? 'Cause
Second.
My problem is, I'm more than willing to do it, but before that, I want to know that you or guys are willing to go down the path. I don't want to put $9,000 into it if you're going to say, halt it.
But you have to tear it down anyway. You can't tear it
I'm trying to get
Yeah.
them to make the decision
Perfect,
that
thank
you're
you.
asking
Yeah.
for,
So I'll
whether we're
remove my
going
second.
down this path.
Yeah.
And I think we need to do that. Then voting for that makes sense. And to me is, I would like us to go down that path.
So I'll remove my second.
I stand alone with my motion.
We'll come back to it.
We'll come back to it.
Come on back.
Okay,
So
I'll make a motion that we move forward in finalizing the public-private partnership to repair the community center building
Second.
with donated funds.
John?
So we also have another
Where'd my motion go?
set of parameters that has been being volunteered also with another group. So, and that's with the tie-in bond, that is with Amy, that's with myself, Dave, and Linda. We were all part of that subcommittee. So there's also people out there who have to go through this same process. And they're sitting here watching and saying, well, why does he be able to get a free run at it to do stuff, and everybody else has to go through a little bit of a process. So with that said, I'm just trying to be consistent with everybody else that has to go through the same process. So with that said, you have codes, we have legal structure, and we have the rest of the voters out there. It's my opinion that the voters should be able to vote on both plans, your plan and another plan that the people have been moving forward with. I don't see that as being a problem.
Well, somebody took a poll of the room and everyone voted against your plan.
Hey, what happened to my motion?
It's not dragging.
So we got a couple motions out there.
There was 25 people that raised their hand that said that they used the building.
Okay.
25 people. There's
Well,
9,000.
6,000. About 6,000. And Christine hasn't let other groups use it. There were other groups that used it, and it's been slowly squeezed. The only reason the quilters are still...
I'm not trying to argue with you, Jordy. I'm just trying to say I'd like everybody else to have the opportunity to vote on the plans and the proposals.
I hear your opinion.
Okay.
I hear your opinion.
We have a motion on the floor right now.
Do you want to vote on it?
Some of the other public...
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Yep.
Yes, it's a second. He was second.
I think there already is a second.
Before we go any further, I want to vote on the motion, just
Thank
so
you.
we know what direction we're going. Okay, the motion is basically to work with Geordie on possibility of refurbishing this community center. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4-1. Okay.
Thank you.
With that,
Now, I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $9,660 from the capital.
Paul's already got that motion. Come on.
Yes.
Let's let Paul see it through.
So, but before I even make the motion, I just want to say something. If we just pretend for a minute that there might be other stakeholders who want a different solution, just pretend that, okay? The meantime between now and then is going to be a couple of years.
Yep.
Between now and then, this guy is going to keep reading the asbestos report, and is going to say, we got to get that stuff out of there.
Sure.
Because we've known about it. And so, thank you for wanting to do the motion, but how much was it, Brian?
$9,660.
I'm going to remove that we appropriate $9,660 out of the $77,000 capital reserve, if that's appropriate to do, which I think it is, to mitigate the asbestos in the building under the supervision of the town manager.
Second.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Can I?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up with what John is saying, and I think it was your picture. We can do the community center, this building, and the opportunity to make it larger and take that building into a bigger building is still there.
Absolutely.
We're not eliminating
Absolutely.
anything by doing this.
Nope, definitely not.
Can I make a third motion to accept the gift of $5,000?
We got to do, don't we have to do that with a public hearing?
It's less than 10,000,
It has to be noticed.
but it's less than 10,000.
You as the board can accept it under $10,000. Our practice has always been everything goes in front of a public hearing. So I think based on past practice, you should continue to hold the public hearing.
Okay,
We will. We'll set that up.
that's fine.
Okay. Now, as part of what we've just done,
Yes.
as you requested, you would like some people to work with you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say that I would like to have Linda and Paul serve as far as the selectmen's part of your.
That's up to you guys.
No.
So you will,
No.
Well, Brian's
I'm
been very
serving on
helpful,
that.
but it's up to you guys. It's not
I
up
want
to
to
me.
serve on that. I want to serve as one of the two.
2 people.
Okay, well, we have 3 people that are on a subcommittee right now,
and we-
a separate subcommittee that I don't think should be on this position. I don't think that would be fair.
That's your
Fair to
opinion.
who?
To the group, to me, because I would like to be involved in this project. I'm not being left out of this. No way.
Sorry.
How about 3 members then? We could have 3.
All right. Are we going to solve this?
Is that a motion?
That was a motion for
I'll
me
second
to-
that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Motion.
Aye.
So what are you voting on?
Yeah, what are we voting on?
For Linda
Linda and Paul.
and Paul to serve on the committee.
Sure.
Do you need to have discussion before you vote? Discussion before you vote?
Yep. Discussion.
Yeah. So, ready? Let's do it again. Who in the audience would like me to serve on that position? Raise your hand. Who would like?
I like all of you.
Who would
so.
like Paul to serve on that?
No, oh, wow.
All right. So is the board
And
going to do
I
what
definitely
the
want Linda too.
citizens
We want
or
Linda
gonna
for
do
sure.
what we want?
We want Linda for sure. So.
Wow. What'd you say,
But
Jim?
it's up to you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay. We have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nope.
okay.
Okay.
I will be attending
Well,
those meetings anyway, so they're going to have to be
You
publicly
can
noticed.
expect,
We're not negotiating in public, Brian.
That's not negotiating.
Okay.
if we're negotiating an agreement with Mr. Hutchinson regarding what's going forward, it is. So we either have to have a lawyer present or some other mechanism.
Well, I will be attending those meetings.
Okay.
Okay.
I just,
You all set with that, Jody?
I believe so.
Okay.
Tony may have.
Yeah, just a technicality on this accepting a donation. Obviously, I'm doing in-kind services. As far as the IRS goes, that's a so what. I get no credit from them. I don't know if you have to know a value of what I do, but in any event, what I thought, instead of trying to get accolades for me, I'd just say, with my other hat, I'm the chairman of the board of White Horse Recovery, helps with addiction and mental health. If anybody wants to know more about that or donate, send your money that way. So.
Okay, thank you.
I think a few other people wanted to speak.
I appreciate your votes, but I do want to just point out that we have $77,000 in that capital reserve account for a reason. It's because the citizens have already spoken through the ballot box to protect that building. The other thing that is very troubling about this, and Paul, I do not think that it's water under the bridge, only because I think the water's there, but we never built the bridge. I know the Historical Society just walked out, but we have other buildings we need to protect too, that we are not protecting our building. Yet last night in this room, you guys had a budget meeting and you have a recreation department director who oversees 4 maintenance people for that recreation department. $77,000, a recreation head who's supposed to be overseeing that building, and 4 full-timers, and we can't cut some leaves back, and we can't help take care of this. $77,000 and staff members, and you have people stepping up to help. Why are our employees not being asked to help with this also? That's all I'm saying. We have a historical building. We have other buildings around the town. When we use our buildings, we take care of them. Our director should be programming our buildings and should be taking care of our buildings. Thank you.
Carol McMahon. I originally stood up to say, why aren't you approving the $9,000 since you have to do it whether you tear it down or rebuild it? But since you already voted on that, now, since you went through this whole thing, I'm just here to say I'm really disappointed and disgusted that you have run Brian out of the thing when he has been the ringleader of this. I don't know why you chose to do that, but there's obviously some axe to grind in there somehow. And I am not happy about it at all. Brian has been the ringleader on this, and I know you are for tearing it down, Mr. Thurston. And if we can't accept public money in public works to do something that the people consistently are voting the budgets down, I don't understand what you guys are doing. If you cannot accept this money that this man said he will have in hand, I know you have to go through the attorneys, I understand that, but for some reason, it feels to me like you're trying to blackball this thing, and I don't like it, and I don't think a lot of people here do either. And I think Brian needs to be on that committee, and I'm nothing against you, Paul, but Brian has been the spearhead for this with Jordy, and I think it smells, and I'm really unhappy.
I wanted to say one more thing. Under, I could be wrong, but under RSA 674:54, town renovating a community center falls under governmental land use. No building permit is necessary. It does need to meet codes, though. So, but you can have other people on the committee.
Well, I guess emotions are running very high tonight. And first of all, I'd like to applaud the enthusiasm of the crowd and the enthusiasm of Jordy. And not to try to quell that too much, but I have some questions. I guess your budget was to demolish the building and renovate and rebuild it for $4.3 million. Jordy's estimate is to renovate the building for $400,000. Does anybody know what the square footage of that building is? Jordy?
Yeah.
Do you know what the square footage is?
2,800.
All right, about 2,000 square feet. So the typical building costs in the town of Wolfeboro, I don't think you're going to get anybody to renovate or rebuild anything for 2,000 square feet for $400,000.
Right.
Having recently gone through the process and talking to numerous contractors about renovating a house, I've been told repeatedly it costs more to renovate than it does to demolish it and build it up anew. I'm not sure I believe that, but I have to go with what they tell me since they're the ones who are doing the building. So my question is to you, the selectmen, what are you going to do when he runs out of money and the building's only half done?
That's why we're going to do the agreement.
That's why we need an agreement.
So, because I don't want this to go in, they get the building half done. And by the way, I support renovating the building. I certainly don't support spending another $4.3 million. I think that's insane. But we need to be sure that it can be done for the price he's saying, and I don't think it can. But at some point in time, we need to have assurances that it doesn't fall back onto the taxpayers' back if the building is not completed correctly.
Right.
So that's my only comment. Again, we're all enthusiastic. The asbestos removal needs to be done. You're voting on it. Great. I applaud you as well. But I don't think you ought to jump in head first and say, hey, we're going to accept that proposal and go ahead and have it renovated until you know exactly what the costs are going to be.
Yeah.
And I don't believe it's going to be $400,000.
So, Dave, okay. So, Jordy and I met a couple of weeks ago, and I think if you include the basement, you know, the underground, I think it's 2,700 square feet.
Right.
Construction cost new, you know, in another place that I've done them are $435 a square foot.
Right.
Do the math. It's up, you know, it's up in the high 8s, 9s.
Right. Exactly.
So, having said that, what's in front of us, and this is why I was kind of not poking, but this is why I was kind of, you know, suggesting that we get some help here, is all of us need to clearly understand what's going to happen in terms of cost. It may come in at Jordy's number, may not. Your question is fair and valid. What happens if we're halfway into the project and we're out of Schlitz?
Yeah.
What do? We don't want to get there. And so, you know, there's a lot of things you can do to ensure that that doesn't happen. But the only way you do that is first things first, is you sit down with people who understand how to do this stuff. From a code point of view, thank you very much for the clarity on building permits. We kind of do that anyway. But from a code point of view, and then make sure that we understand completely, structurally, electrically, HVAC, all of that, mitigation, carrying the floor, you know, joists, all that stuff. We make sure we understand that, and whatever that number is, that's the number. And then we have to agree that that's the number, and then we have to put a mechanism in place to ensure that it gets done and you don't get a bill. That's kind of the strategy here, right? And I think, whether you like me on this or not, I think a colleague over here has done this once or twice in her life, and, you know, I've done this once or twice in a different life. So I think it's the right thing to do. I applaud that, you know, that they called you a ringleader. I don't know what that means. That's pretty good. I applaud that you want somebody else, and that's fine. But this board spoke, and I'll serve you well as best as I possibly can in the best interest of the town. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, again, the only point I was trying to make is that I see that everybody's getting very enthusiastic, and let's jump. And it's like, you ought to think twice before you jump. Right. Because, this lady says, and I agree, why wouldn't you take this guy's money? Well, because the amount of money he has may not be enough to do what he wants to do. And at the end of the day, somebody's got to come up with a shortfall. And I want to know, is it going to be the taxpayer? I just saw my new assessment, and I really don't want to see it again.
Let me say one thing. We also can have the project bonded. That would guarantee it.
So I think, Sebastian, I appreciate your comments. Now, the other thing that Jordy talked about was, you guys will have to be doing the parking lot over. As part of the original tie and bond analysis, was incorporating the back parking lot from the Glendon Street to come in. And as Suzanne has pointed out, that was a site years ago that had some contaminants. It had wells there. So the 400,000 wasn't part of accommodating for the parking lot. That was, you guys are going to have to take care of that. So this is the step back point where the whole site was being evaluated so that we could give that to the voters as a complete overview and not just a portion to say, look, do you want just this or do you want to evaluate the whole area? That was part of the program.
Well, the problem with that is, as you bring up, John, is that if you do half the project, then all of a sudden it's like, well, you still need to do the other half. You can't let people go into some place where there might be contaminants or park someplace where there might be contaminants. So you're still stuck on the hook that somebody's got to do it. Now, is that going to be Jordy or is that going to be the town? In other words, is it going to be private funded or is it going to be taxpayer funded? And we don't know that. So all I'm advising you is, I'm not saying don't take him up on his, sorry, Jerry. Don't take him up on his suggestion. I mean, I think it's laudable what he wants to do. And I think he should be applauded for that. But if we're going to do it, then it needs to be completely done. It can't be done so that you got halfway there or 40% of the way there, and then the taxpayer has to take the load. Because that's not right either. And regressing back to 4.3 million, I agree. We shouldn't take on any more debt load. I mean, I think we have plenty from what I've determined. I mean, the fire station was 13 million. We collect what?
14.
14 million? Oh, great. We collect what, 15 million for the general fund every year in terms of real estate taxes. So we borrowed in 1 year exactly what we take in taxes. I think that's a little bit reckless. I'll say that. I mean, but hey, you guys get the big bucks. That's why you make the decision. All right, thank you.
Well, what I can tell you in reference to that is that Jordy has supplied us a week or so ago with this cost estimate. And from my perspective, he's got pretty much everything on here. A lot of it has zeros yet. He also said at the end that right now it's up to 206,000 is estimated, but he's got no contingencies in here. He's still estimating between 315 and 360 with no contingencies. So that's something that's going to have to be worked out.
Sure.
So that's
before we found that was a couple weeks ago or something.
But
let me just add to
I
this.
can tell you that from my experience, pretty much everything is on here as far as what he needs money for.
Sure. Can I just address a couple of Mr. Tornado's concerns? Obviously, we will have to iron out the details. I am getting firm quotes and quotes that we'll be able to get consolidated into something that can be signed and delivered. I do have a local general contractor who's going to manage this. He's done projects, $10 million waterfronts and small stuff. He worked with Brian on the pavilion, so reputable contractor. But yeah, we will iron out together with the board the details, make sure there's contingencies, and bundle all of the funding before we get started. The only thing I want to get started is the asbestos, fix the roof that I've already given you a check for, and fix the plumbing after it's that small list. But anyway, and then as far as the just real quickly on the topic of the $4.3 million placeholder, just to give you an example of how that can go awry, the Obama Library, when it was first talked about, was going to be $300 million. And they're just wrapping it up, and it's a $850 million project. So I have a feeling that 4.3 would probably be closer to 6 or 7 by that time. Anyway, thank you.
Just for the simple question, 1850 square foot footprint, so 3,700 square foot altogether, 1850 per floor. And, yeah, this isn't death or taxes. Yeah, there could be some drift, but Jordy's working pretty hard along with Carroll County Construction to give a pretty accurate, estimate and budget. I did want to thank Jordy. It's kind of funny how this all started. He saw online something about the quilters, and it's just pretty fun to see what he's been pulling together here. And I do want to thank the select board, Jim, too.
Tony, can I ask a question? So you said, so it's 3,700, that's wall to wall, outside walls?
Yeah, the standard gross square footage standard is to the outside face of structure.
Multiply that, I don't know how you do that. You multiply that number by 435, it's a big number.
Well, you would...
If you're not finishing the basement.
There's not a lot of work being done in the basement, so, I mean, you could say we're doing it for a little bit over $100 a square foot.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, I'm just, the order of magnitude, that's my only point. The order of magnitude of something we need to have a chat about is what's going to get done, because 435 times 3,700 it's a whopper. So we just need to understand clearly what's the theory about the basement, what's the theory about the first floor, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, scope of work.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I did want to just assure Paul that, I haven't looked at the structure above the ceiling, what's holding up the roof, but the floor, it used to hold up fire trucks. It's pretty impressive. It isn't going anywhere. So.
My name is Kathy Dragonfly. I'm just wondering who the guy was that talked before Jordy. He didn't introduce himself. Ruddy Complex just walked out. Kathy's.
What's Sebastian's last name?
Toronado.
Toronado.
What?
Sebastian Toronado. Yeah, she got it.
Jordy mentioned that there was a local builder who wrote a letter and he read it off.
Yeah, and he said it was Nick Laganis.
Okay, Nick what?
Laganis.
Laganis.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Where do the quilters meet now? I've been told they're meeting here, that they're meeting there, they're meeting at Abenaki. I'd just like them to have one place where they can count on and go.
Sure.
And it does all their 25 sewing machines and doesn't blow any electricity. And Linda, we don't need any more bonds.
No, this wasn't a bond for us. If you bond the project, it guarantees that if they don't complete it, that the bond will pay for what isn't done.
It's an
not
insurance
on
bond.
the town.
It's insurance.
It's not a
It's an
financing
insurance bond.
Okay.
They pay for that.
And as for the three of you, with all due respect to all three of you, I think Brian should probably be one of the two people. And the reason I say that is that Paul and Linda have been, they've been on the committee for the Libby, and that has been years in the making. And it just keeps going on and on and on, and we kick the can down the road. We now are spending $100,000 on a temporary wall. I just would like to see Brian, who's already got a mind for this, he's got his foot in the door, and one other person, maybe John. You know, David just pointed, and that was the end of it. It didn't seem fair somehow. And I keep bringing this up every meeting, and I'm going to keep bringing it up, but can we please get a maintenance department? We've got it in the budget, we've got it in the master plan, and we continue to ignore our buildings. I don't understand why, but I'd really like to see a maintenance department. And one other thing is that when we talk about these figures, we could split it up over 2 or 3 years so Jordy could keep raising money. Just because they need X amount of dollars doesn't mean we have to make a commitment all at once. The roof is leaking, we got to fix the roof. No questions. I don't understand why that gets to be a big deal. And the other thing is that if we do go to a contractor and get a quote, it's very common for it to say not to exceed X amount of dollars or 10% more than the quote. There are all sorts of ways that we can accomplish that without it just ballooning. We don't need to do it all at once. That's all.
Thanks, Catherine.
Hi, thank you. I'm Amy. I've lived here only 20 years, so I'm a relative newcomer in New England standards, which
So what's your
I
last
love that
name?
about New England.
Your last
Amy Knapp. Amy Knapp. And I do not represent the Hallmark division of this town, even though I love it when people think I do. But this whole Jordy and the Quilters thing is very Hallmarky. It really is. And I just think it's great that you guys have made progress in such a great way. Thank you so much. The fishiest thing, I think, by far that has happened tonight is that Brian's not on the committee. I mean, he's obviously been very invested in a thoughtful and intelligent way. So I don't understand why that happened the way it did. So can we do that again?
Somebody wants to bring it up on the board, yes.
Okay, can someone make a motion to do that again?
I'll be turned down, but I'll make a motion that Linda, Paul, and I all sit and that the meetings are noticed, because I'm going to show up and they're going to have to notice the meetings anyways, because I'm not going to abandon this project.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that we,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Bobby's comment.
Bobby, come on, you can come on.
Come on up and make your comment. Just right there, please.
There was a point of order that Mr. Deshays was on the losing side of the motion. It has to be someone on the winning side of the motion to reopen the motion.
I'll reopen the motion to put 3 people on the committee. Even though we're going to have to notice it, I think that I'm comfortable with doing that. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is the motion to put Brian on as a third person?
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
3-2.
Okay.
Okay.
Brian's on the group.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, anybody else? Because we'd like to go on to the rest of the meeting.
Susan Bunting, I'd just like a point of clarification. Is the community center still open? Can the quilters go back there and use it on Monday mornings from 10 to 2 and Tuesday evenings from 6 to 9? We're in the library now, but we prefer to be at the community center. Can we go back and use it since now the mold doesn't exist? The quality of air is acceptable. It's not unsafe. It's not unhealthy. Can we go back there now?
I have a question. Once the construction starts and we take the asbestos out, you're going to need to have another place to go. So,
while the asbestos is being removed?
yeah, or when the renovation takes place.
Well, wait a minute. We're talking asbestos being removed, and we're talking about the leaky roof being repaired and the back stairs being taken out, and no more than 49 folks in there at one time.
Right.
How long does it take to fix the roof, tear off the back stairs, and get rid of the asbestos?
I'm just saying, when the construction is taking place, whatever it is, you're going to have another place.
For the time being, right.
Yes.
Those three things, though, we're not talking about the whole project.
Well, eventually, the whole project.
Eventually. But right now, if these things are taken care of immediately, after it's finished, can we go back there?
As far as I'm concerned, this closing sentence in the second paragraph of my memo outlines this is an outstanding item that the board has to weigh in on. I see no reason at this point to close the building. If the board wants to close the building, I'll stand behind that decision and move forward. I would agree 110% with Linda that once the asbestos abatement needs to be done, the building has to be temporarily closed, but that shouldn't take more than a week to get that type of work done. So the board needs to make a decision.
Do we have safety issues with the fire marshal at all?
No, I don't think so.
I think if we bring those on the occupant load under 49, a lot of those issues are mitigated.
I'll make a motion that we allow the quilters to go back in the building unless there's construction going on.
Second.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. Next on the agenda is annual exemption properties.
So last meeting, you were, had in front of you a series of tax exemptions. The assessor's office provided a memo to you outlining the various exemptions that you discussed. They also provided you with the RSAs. It's a fairly lengthy document. It will be attached to the minutes outlining what the exemptions are. How would the board like to handle this?
Does anybody have any questions about the exemptions or any part of them?
I did, and I would like added to it an email I received from the assessing department that told what percentage is taxable and what percentage is not taxable on the Cotton Mountain Church, the First Christian Church of Wolfeboro, Lakes Region Conservation Trust, and Taylor Community, also known as Taylor Homes. And if we add that to it, I just think people may want to know the percentages of what part of the land, so.
I will add those.
Okay, otherwise, do you want to have that come back to us then? Linda, or is that your intent?
No, my intent was that this would be attached to the minutes and the email from the assessor, so somebody who wants to know the percentages has a place to go to get that. And I'll make a motion that we accept the annual tax exempt property under A-9 and A-13, dated September 24th, 2025.
Second.
Is it 12, Linda, or 13?
Yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think it's 12. I think it's 8.
Okay, next on the agenda is barge permit, Northeast Dock and Barge.
Oh, A12.
A12.
So as you recall, we had an individual, a firm utilizing the town docks at the Libby Museum under the provisions of the barge ordinance. He was in violation. He did not submit a permit. He did not submit his insurance. He did not submit a check, and therefore he did not have a permit. I was advised they were continuing to utilize the Libby dock. We sent the police department down. Police department confirmed that they were there utilizing the dock. We drafted a cease and desist letter for him, which included the potential of a trespass order. The next afternoon, the individual came into the office with a check. We've reached out to the individual multiple times. We've yet to receive the insurance. We've yet to receive the permit application, but you do have the check for $3,000 for the permit. How would you like to handle this?
Somebody want to make a motion subject to the insurance? Oh, what else would you like to do? Have them arrested?
Not yet. No, I don't want to. So I see in the notes that he's been asked to provide proof of insurance to October. Nothing?
That's
Crickets?
correct.
Risk to the town?
So the risk to the town, I think, is he's been utilizing the barge all summer, the landing area all summer. He's provided us his paycheck for that. I think the risk at this point in the season really boils down to 2026. And should the Board of Selectmen move forward with the trespass order and have this effective through this time next year, 1 year penalty?
I would say that, in my opinion, we should give him one last letter, 30 days to give us his insurance. If he doesn't give the insurance to us,
And application. And application.
then his use of that facility is indefinitely suspended until he complies.
I'd agree with that, but if you wouldn't mind, I'd moderate it. One last letter on demand. No 30 days, on demand, now.
Because the season's going to be over in 30 days.
Yeah, no, I think you were giving him like a 30-day window to comply. I'd say one last letter on demand, and then all the other things you think is appropriate, which I think is right.
You want to amend your motion?
Okay, I'll amend my motion to be on demand.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'll take care of that tomorrow.
Okay, next on our agenda is budget, actual versus budget, September 2025.
Hi, good evening. Sam Kelly, Finance Director. Here to talk about the actual versus budget report for September. We're 9 months now through 2025, or 75% through the budget year. Through that time period, the general fund has expended 75% of their budget. 53% has been collected on the revenue side. The water fund is at 77% expended, with the revenue being 118%. We've already collected everything we had budgeted for. Municipal electric fund, they are at 78% expended, with 76% of the revenue being collected. Sewer fund is at 87% expended, with the revenue side of things being at 76%. And Pop Whalen has spent 109% of their budget through September, with the revenues being 70% collected. Also included with this report is an updated donation reconciliation, a capital reserve fund planning document, and the gas and diesel allocation costs. Since I last gave a report, we have put out 2 RFPs, one for IT services. I've drawn up an initial analysis of all the bids received, and I will be meeting with the town manager hopefully tomorrow, if not by Friday, to review those so that we can move forward with that. And as well as audit services, I know Tim gave his audit presentation earlier today. Unfortunately, they will not be working with us next year. We did go out and we got one bid on our RFP from Clifton Larson Allen LLP, otherwise known as CLA. So we will be proceeding working with them. I did reach out. The city of Portsmouth has been using them for their audits the last few years, and they've been very happy with them and had nothing but great things to say, so that's promising. Other than that, do you guys have any questions?
Any questions for Sam?
No, I just wanted to thank Sam
for, I had 4 questions and she wrote me the answers, so thank you.
I want to thank Sam because she helped me out with reconciling the donations for Lake Winnipesaukee Day, and she's helping me make sure that all the numbers stay in place for the EV chargers. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on our agenda is Pop Oil and financial reports.
Brian Paul, Operations Director of Pop Whalen. Just to give you a couple headlines, at the end of September, which was the 7 weeks that we opened early this year, we brought in revenues of a little over $26,000 in revenue compared to a year ago where they only brought in $713. With that, also, at the end of September, we also still had an accounts receivable of over $4,600. To date, just to give you an idea, we have an accounts receivable of over $25,000 that is to be paid to us for services through literally today. In the same time frame, we had over 450 people that used our stick time, and over 150 people that used our public skating during that 7-week window that we opened up early, not counting the youth hockey program, the summer camp that they did there, as well as Brewster Academy has already started skating there, as well as the men's leagues, and as of last night, the co-ed league also started up, as well as curling.
There you go.
Some highlights that are coming up. This Friday, we're offering a 55-plus senior night public skate for $5 for the skate per person and $1 skate rentals for anybody who wants to come out between 5 and 6:30. We also have coming up for the kids on October 24th, we'll be doing our annual Halloween skate where they'll have prizes for best costumes. Costumes do need to be skating safety-wise, no dragging stuff and things like that. And that'll be also between 5 and 6:30. We've also been granted the New Hampshire Youth Hockey Association 18 and under state championships that we'll be hosting on November 14th through the 16th. I'll also kind of probably maybe step on a few toes on this one. Between the Friends of Pop and the Friends of Kingswood, they are hosting the Bruins alumni game this year, well, it'll be next year, February 7th. And that information will be coming out very soon from those organizations. Any questions?
No, I want to thank you. Between last night and tonight,
Yeah.
you're a bundle of information and lots of good news. Lots of good news.
Brian, thank you. Good job.
Yep.
Thanks, Brian. Pickleball tennis court fees.
Hi, Christine Collins, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm coming to you tonight. We had established fees, I think that was back in March. When we went to go bill those fees, we realized there was kind of a clerical error in what we had came up with. So I don't know, did Amy send you a final thing this morning?
No,
Or this
nothing.
afternoon?
No.
Okay, so just the one thing is the pickleball courts, it would be $40 on there. Does it say 40?
Pickleball courts enclosed.
It says 80, and it's supposed
Yeah,
to
it
be
should be
40.
40.
All right.
So I sent her a new form, but you didn't get that.
Okay.
So what happened was it had said $40 per court, but it should be $40 per hour. The reason why we came up with that full day, half day rental was when we figured it out, if they were to rent the courts for more hours, it could be costly. So that's why we did the full day, half day rental to make it so it was more affordable.
Had there been any glitches in rentals this year?
When I went to go bill, because we were just billing for the $40 per court, which monopolized the whole court for $40 when it should have been higher. So that's why I noticed it. So that's why I'm just bringing it to your attention.
Okay.
And just moving forward, we have come up with the policy that we will have the group who wants to rent the facility meet with the Parks and Rec Department to see if those dates are available, fill out a contract with them of a rental agreement, what the cost will be, and then they will attach it to their permit to go to Amy to come to you. So it will all be attached. And then I believe I put 30 days prior, we'll meet up to discuss, is that still the plan? And then that way we can post the reserved courts and have everything all on the same page.
What about inclement weather?
So as long as we have a heads up before, we will be able to change that because we can't help inclement weather. So it's just having notification prior to look at that, the days to say, okay, it looks like it's going to rain. We might not need it for that extended period.
Okay.
So they wouldn't get billed.
Right. If we knew ahead of time and we came up with a game plan, like if it's going to rain, we might not need the courts, then we'll assess it the week of to see it looks inclement so we can update the reservation on the courts. It's really just to keep the public to know what's going on so they're able to make plans if they're going to be able to use the courts or not.
Perfect. So do you need a motion from us for anything?
Yes,
or-
I just wanted to update you, and if you want to accept it, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. I did date, I will make sure, I sent a new one to Amy that says 10/15 on it with that correction I just stated, but that will be going forward. And Amy does have a copy for her records, and we will put it on our website as well.
So I would not motion to change them at this point, because statutorily, to adjust the fees, even though it's a clerical error, we have to notice a public hearing.
Okay.
So basically, at this point, she's coming to you, telling you what's going on, and then we need to notice a public hearing to make those rate adjustments.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Schmokey dokey.
Sounds good.
Okay, next is, go ahead.
Just a question, please. Joe Santoro, Wolfeboro. Did I hear the proposal that it will be $40 per hour per court?
Yes.
Yes.
May I ask how that number was constructed?
Steve?
We actually looked at the courts. We tried to find other recreation departments that rent out their courts. Most of them do not rent the courts out. It's open to the public for the taxpayers. So this was a unique thing that we just looked at it to see what was the best option to do, and we came up with $40. That's why we created the full day, half day rental, because we realized it could be costly if people rented it for an extended period of time. So that's how we came up with that proposal.
Joe, you got a better idea?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Paul.
How you been? Do you have a better idea?
Well, I'm trying to determine what we're going to be charged when we run our tournaments. At $40 per hour, 12 hours per day, that's $1,440 per day.
My understanding is, if I read this, a full day fee is $800 once you're over for more than 6 hours. So you would be $800 if you went 12 hours.
Okay.
Full day fee, more than 6 hours, 800.
Yep.
Half day fee, less than 6 hours, 400. Tennis courts only, per court hour, $40. All rentals and others is $40, down from 80, plus administrative cleaning.
Well, unless I missed it, and I probably did, that $800 per day, is that just for the pickleball courts and the tennis courts? Or does that embrace the entire Foss Field?
That's a good.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And we only are going to rent the pickleball courts and the tennis courts. We are not going to rent the pavilion. We are not going to rent the basketball courts. So what then becomes our rate?
So if you had a large tournament, would other people be able to use those other areas?
Yes.
That's what he's saying is yes.
Yes.
Would there, I mean, you honestly believe that other people would be intermingling with your organization, or would there be so many people there that people would just be discouraged and not go down there?
Well, John, as you know, the basketball courts are in a separate portion of Foss Field. Pickleball players are not there to play basketball. Those basketball hoops will be available along with the courts. That means unless someone walks by, we're not going to use them, and they're not going to use them. Why would we have to pay to use the basketball courts when we have no intention of doing so?
How many courts do you set up for your tournament down there?
I'm not sure I understand the relevance of that question.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how much it is at $40 an hour and if it becomes a crazy number.
Well, you're providing us with 6 courts.
Okay, 6 courts.
Right.
So it's $240 an hour.
Christine, take a mic.
We wouldn't charge if they made, because you can make more than one court out of a tennis court. We wouldn't charge for that. We're just charging for the courts that are there, which would be 6 courts. 4 tennis that have the pickleball lines, and then the 2 designated pickleball courts.
So for background information, if I may.
Please.
I direct the 3 largest tournaments in New Hampshire, each one of which is a nonprofit.
It's $1,920.
When I do a tournament in Exeter, we get far more than the courts were being provided in Wolfeboro, and we charge $500 per day to use not only all the pickleball courts, all the basketball courts, all the tennis courts, their restrooms, their locker rooms, their showers, and even the kids' park for $500 a day. When I do a tournament at Pinkerton Academy, they don't provide the locker rooms, but they only charge me $200 per day. Now, each of those tournaments is for a nonprofit not related to Wolfeboro. In Wolfeboro, you're asking us to pay rent for courts that our members paid for in the beginning. It was our members that built those pickleball courts. Now you want to charge us rent for what we gave you? And all the proceeds that we get from these tournaments are used to benefit not out-of-towners, but people who live and work in Wolfeboro. We use the proceeds to help pay the costs to run indoor pickleball in the winter at Kingswood High School. And we also use the proceeds to rent Lions Camp Pride to benefit the people who live and work in Wolfeboro. So again, why should we be charged so much more than any of the other town charges when all of our money is put back into the citizens of Wolfeboro?
I think the courts are in great shape, and they came to us last night, and they're going to charge us $47,000 to resurface those courts. And so that would be a good way to start off and make a contribution, and you'll have great surfaces going forward.
I think we may want to do a little bit more examination into this and maybe adjust our rates. You know, you can make a decision and then you can change it if it doesn't work. And I think that we should, that if Joe could get us even more information for other tournaments in New England and what other facilities, if you come back with 2 or 3 more and they're all $200 to $500, we have to adjust what we have.
Well, with respect, Brian, I would think that the rates in Massachusetts, in Boston, Connecticut, would be different than in New Hampshire.
Oh, yeah. Are there any other tournaments in New Hampshire, or is that it?
I have given you the 3 nonprofit tournaments that are run in New Hampshire.
That's the only 3, okay.
It's the only 3. Well, they're small ones, but they have food pantry things and small areas. But I gave you the 3 largest tournaments. Ours is the largest. $200 in Pinkerton Academy, $500 a day in Exeter, and now $800 to use fewer courts than we're getting elsewhere. And all of our money goes back to support the citizens of Wolfeboro.
Joe, again, for the Exeter tournament, $500, and what is made available to you?
They give us all their basketball courts, all their pickleball courts, all their tennis courts, the restrooms, the locker rooms, and they set up all the nets for us. They do the cleaning for us.
How many
they take care of the restrooms, they take care of the park, they do everything for us for $500 per day.
How many total courts does that give you?
We eventually set up 20.
So 20 courts in Exeter?
20 courts for $500.
20 courts in Exeter, 24 courts at Pinkerton Academy.
And 24, did you say, in Pinkerton?
Yes.
And if you set up in us, you only get 6?
Well, we use 6 courts and we divide them up as best we can.
I mean 12.
So you get 12 actual pickleball courts?
14.
14. So you get 14 in Wolfeboro, you get 20 in Exeter, you get 24.
24 in Pinkerton.
Okay, and just so that I understand the math you did, it's $500 a day at Exeter and $200 in Pinkerton?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay.
So this is why we will be holding a public hearing.
I think deserving of another look.
Yep. I do.
And John's point, you're right. I mean, we're resurfacing the courts, but you know that. Not saying it is or it isn't, but that says we may have a competitive dislocation here between what is actually taking place here and what may be taking place other places. We should take a look at that.
Yep.
And I have an additional question, if I may. Was any other nonprofit charged a court rental in 2025?
That's a quiz question.
That's a conversation that you can have with Christine. You can ask her those questions, and we'll be prepared to answer those questions at the public hearing.
Okay, it's my understanding that Kingswood High School uses the courts for tennis, and they are not charged. That's a nonprofit too.
It's a nonprofit because it's a school. You are holding a tournament where you're charging users on the town's property. They are not charging their users. They're going to school. It's part of the growth of pickleball. You yourself can attest to that.
I don't understand how one nonprofit takes precedence over another, quite frankly. I don't see the logic to that. We're both serving the citizens of Wolfeboro. They're a nonprofit, true, which is a school, but in a sense, we're a school too, because we use our money to teach pickleball to the kids at Kingswood, to all ages in this town. So it would seem to me that if you're going to set a policy for nonprofits, you should not have a list of those nonprofits that do qualify for rent and those that do not. I think I know the answer to my question. We are the only nonprofit being charged to use those courts.
Yeah, and the hockey teams, both Brewster and Kingswood, pay ICE payments.
Sure.
And then that's the school district.
We're just looking for fairness.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
we might take Jim's suggestion and look at this again at some point.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Next on the agenda, EJP VAS program, Public Works, Water and Sewer.
So Steve Randall has been working with one of our suppliers. He's come up with a program that he would like to discuss with you tonight. I endorse this program. It seems like it's excellent, and Steve's going to be able to explain the details of it regarding supply stock for Public Works, Water and Sewer. Steve?
Good evening. Steve Randall, Director of Public Works, Water and Sewer. And we've been looking at this VSA project with EJP for the last couple months. I tried to hit some of the bullet points in the memo, but basically what it is they become our primary supplier for all things water, drainage, anything that they sell, we get from them. That's probably the top point. They will come in, they will inventory everything that we have, and I mean everything, all the way down to washers. Put that into work with us with our iWorks program, which we've already done a lot of that, but actually barcode it, upload it, allows us into their servers. They also, one of the things that drew us to it is they have a buyback program. So as they inventory all of our stuff, they will look at all the stuff that we have that we don't need. For years, there was always stock orders done. You know, basically just we get 20 of this, 20 of this, 20 of this every year. That's just the way that things used to go. So we have a stockpile of things that we don't use, for lack of a better word. We don't do water main installation ourselves anymore. That's not something that we do. So we have 12-inch valves that we're never going to use. You know, the odds on us replacing the one 12-inch line that we just put in. You know what I mean? So all these things that are actually worth quite a lot of money that just sit in our storage container, they will buy those back from us, give us credit, so then we can use to buy things that we use a lot of, 3/4 corps, 1-inch corps, you know, CTS pipe, the normal things that we use in our everyday maintenance capacity. And this whole program is free. It doesn't cost us anything. So other than the commitment to buy from them, which is the main reason why I'm here, because that goes against our procurement policy of putting things out to bid. This is going to allow us to streamline our facility, streamline our stock, because now instead of having to worry about having a bunch of stuff on a shelf, I can go on to a computer real time, find out if they have it in Concord, find out if they have it in Alton, because Alton is another one. Most of the surrounding towns are in this program. So we will have access to their stuff and vice versa. So if Courtney in Alton calls up and says, Steve, I'm in a bind, I need a 1-inch coupling, you know, boom, they come up and grab it. If we have a hydrant problem, I can call EJP and they will have a hydrant to us within an hour. That is part of the program. All of our culvert pipe that we buy now is all based on state bid pricing anyway. So that's kind of irrelevant. We buy a lot of culvert pipe. The other big thing for this is it actually locks our pricing on April 1st of every year. So, you know, we'll see with brass and copper, we'll see it go up and up and up throughout the course of a year. This gets locked in on April 1st and it stays that way for a calendar year. So if I know that I'm going to, you know, if we're going to do a River Street project and we decide that we want to buy it, let's just for argument's sake, we want to buy the material. But I know we're not going to do that till, you know, October. I can buy it in March and have last year's pricing still intact, have it sitting on the ground. So it's giving us a little bit more flexibility. They sell a lot of the pumps and the things that we use in the treatment plants. It's a really good program. I put all the backup in it. I mean, I can read through every page if you need me to, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So this is the same company that's in Concord?
Yes.
On Morrow Street?
Yeah, they're nationwide, but yes. We buy 99% of our stuff from them already because they're already cheaper. So this isn't much of a stretch. It's more of a transparency to this is the program we want to do, this is why we want to do it going forward.
So do you get, oh, sorry.
Paul?
So Dave, Steve, thanks for this. So this sounds like a stocking supplier relationship. They're holding inventory, you just pick it off the, okay.
Pretty much, yes.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Right. I'm just trying to catch up with what you were saying. And what you're saying is, if I heard you correctly, that you can typically, hit the send button and that stuff is coming to you within a day or so?
Hour. If it's an in-stock item, it is here in an hour.
And hopefully you're not operating the operation where you need something within an hour unless
Correct.
you have a what happens event.
We stock as it is. My goal is to try to not have as much inventory on the shelf because that is money out of a budget that we spend
It's
to
a carrying
sit
cost.
there.
I got it.
Correct.
So you said something, 99% of what you buy that's relative, it comes through this channel?
Yes.
Does the price go down if you sign up for these guys and use their software? Or does the price go up?
Oh, it does not go up. We will get better pricing because we'll be able to lock that price in for 12 months at a time. Right now, we're subject to market. I mean, we get municipal discounts anyway.
And what does 99% translate to, roughly speaking, unless you have it, in terms of dollars?
I don't have that, Paul. So, but what I can tell you
Could it be
is
99% of 20 bucks, or is it 99%
Oh, no, it's 99
of 300,000 bucks?
probably conservatively, probably 150 to 200, I would say.
Okay.
I mean, I spend $50,000 in culverts alone.
So the request or the ask that you're putting here is that you want to be able to sign up with this organization, and by doing so, you lock in and it's a one-year contract. You're locking in a one-year contract. You're saying that prices will not go up, and you want a waiver on the competitive bid. Is that basically the essence of what you're asking for?
Yes.
Like, give me permission to do that. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Linda?
Yeah, I had one problem, if I can speak, and then I'll read it to you. It was, customers shall notify EJP of any intent by the customer to reveal this agreement or any portion thereof contrary to any person requesting a copy of this agreement or portions thereof. Customers deem it is required to provide a copy of this agreement in accordance with the law or any portion thereof, and first provide EJP a reasonable opportunity to intervene and request maintenance of this agreement as property and confidential conditions upon adequate protection by EJP to customers from loss of damage to the consumer for failing to provide such information. And I really would like that checked out by town council. It sounds like if somebody asks us for their agreement, we have to notify them, we have to allow the company time to go to court to stop it from happening. And I really couldn't vote this in until I know from town council what that.
Are you concerned?
I was, if I may, that was my plan. I was just going to do it the other way around. Come to you guys first. If you guys were on board with it, to run it past Nathan, that was, a contract like this was.
That paragraph is the one that makes me step right back.
Right.
The one other thing that I had a question is,
Good catch.
what if you see, because I had the same question with that, and I was wondering if it would be an issue with 91A requests.
That's where I was, exactly where I was.
Good catch.
But you got that one from me. The other one is, what if you saw something that you needed 50, and you knew, just because you've been doing this for a long time, that price isn't a good one? Can you buy from somebody else still without an issue?
So we had that conversation. For instance, we deal with water industries, which is right in Alton. And if we need something in a hurry, I did, that was one of the questions that I posed, like, look, if we're here, whatever, fine. We need to buy something from Bradley's. It's not like this is with the exception of your question, this is a municipal plan. Yeah. So I'm less concerned with with what you said because of that. Verification, of course. But to your point, no, we're not going to get in trouble. We're not going to get fined. We're not going to get anything.
Yeah, well, I didn't think that, but I thought that there might be caveats or something in there that say.
It is very much, it's written like it is because it is legalese is legalese.
Okay.
My plan was to have everything vetted before anything was signed on that front.
So
But if you guys were adamant that there's no sense, no, we're going to have to go through the bid process for everything, then there was no sense in wasting legal time.
Dave, thanks. Yeah, I didn't read anything in here, Brian, that says this is a volume purchase agreement, that says you have to commit to a certain volume in a certain time, otherwise there's a truing up. So that's normally what you see in not these, but you see in some kinds of contracts. So good question, if you see something you can source from another supplier, go do it. Linda's catch is exactly right. I mean, if we enter into this agreement may, and the lawyer should check it out, this agreement and the terms and conditions of that agreement may be publicly inspectable. And so we may not be able to, and they should know, not that they should know better, but they should know better. Yeah. That they can't ask us to potentially sign up for this. That's all. We have to check it out.
Yeah, I have one other thing. You tell me it's free, so where they're making their money?
Because
it's not, nothing comes free.
Well, they're making it because we're committing to buy from them.
Yeah.
That's where
It's
they're.
in the committee, so it's got to be in the price. They're making they're bringing us a computer program that's going to interface.
So they also, their program, their stuff is supplemented from their suppliers. So for instance, I think I mentioned to you the new meters we're going to switch to, the ultrasonics. It comes from them. So they are getting, it's all that, it's marketing. So they're getting money from their supplier as well, from manufacturers, to do this, to help support a program like this, to get the municipalities to buy into it. It's all marketing, and it's all.
So they're getting money from somebody else.
They're getting it on the back end. Okay. If it was not for, I think the meters are one of the main things that made us look at this when we had our presentation on the meters, is because, we're looking to buy, $60,000 worth of meters next year. So
it's a consortium.
It's
what this is.
We spend a lot of money there already. And the trade-off is we're going to get a lot in return.
Sure.
Okay, so we're leaving it at
That one paragraph I'd like
to
definitely
check
check.
We'll call that the Linda question.
May I ask a question? Could we do it, a motion based on legal okaying it? Then I wouldn't have to come back?
I'll be good with that.
I'm not going to make the motion, but,
I don't have any objection to that.
I'll support that.
Yeah.
As a motion.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Yes.
You going to second it, Brian?
Yep.
Okay.
Discussion?
Any discussion?
Yeah, so we understand, if we're giving you the go-ahead with this, but if we get a legal.
If Nathan says no, then it's a no.
That's a no.
Nathan says yes, then it would be a go.
Okay. I'm okay with it then.
Okay.
I just find it unusual, and Linda's right for catching it, but unusual if they're hanging around with municipals. They gotta, especially in the state, they got to understand that these contracts could be public knowledge. So I don't know, something may be. That might be you'd call a nice try for putting that in the language, and Nathan may come back and say this is the language I'd find acceptable, and go from there. But it doesn't sound to me, given you're spending 99% or investing 99% of your purchase on this company already, you have the ability to source from other suppliers if necessary or need be. The contract is for 1 year. The price is locked in for that period of time for the stuff you're buying. The price isn't going up per what you just said. The only thing we have a little heartburn about is the inspectability of the contract.
Language.
I have one other question. On your old materials that you have, when they buy them back, at what percentage?
Depends on the age and the stuff. There isn't a flat rate for that. So that is
okay.
That is we're not into it yet, so I can't give you an answer.
They may not want to buy that rusty coal.
I doubt it's dollar for new.
Okay.
So basically, they're recycling that, they're pulling those all apart, and they're pulling out metals out of them so that they
Well,
can...
they're reselling them.
Well, they're reselling them. If they're good, they will resell them.
In a secondary market.
They're not recycling, they're reselling. My question would be, the second part of it is, if you bought something in August and you said, oops, I bought too many, and you went to return it in September, would you get back a full amount, or is there a restocking fee, or you get 90% back or
So
something?
as it is right now, there is a 20% restocking fee on anything that we were to purchase and return as it is.
Okay.
So what would happen with that? The goal of this is that what you just said will never happen again.
Okay.
We're never going to buy two things. So again, we in-house have been modifying our inventory for the last 3 years of looking at it to see what we really use. That's all that we buy. The problem is we have a stockpile of stuff that we don't use, that I can't do anything with it. I can't sell it, and we can't return it because you just can't return something to somebody that we don't even know where we bought it from.
And its space is valuable.
So the argument could be made that what these guys gentlemen have been doing is building safety stock. Let's have a couple of extra of thems and those. And trying to sell them back to this company, John's right, it probably just finds its way into the secondary market. So you will buy wiser, and you won't be building safety stock because you said you're going to get a turnaround on an order within hours.
Correct.
Okay, so
that is
we hope that that's the case, that you're not going to buy safety stock.
No, okay. we have to have a certain amount of safety stock just based on what it is that we do. We know we need to have corpse. We need to have,
understood.
That we need a small amount. We
Understood.
don't need a Conex box full of stuff.
Understood.
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on the motion. The motion is that we are going to waive our procurement policy to enter into this agreement for 1 year if the agreement is approved by town council.
Second again.
Correct?
Yep.
And the board has the authority to waive that.
I know, I just got clarity on what was said.
We're just
Because I
doing-
want to make sure that it was a 1 year that we're doing it for. So I was just getting clarity on the motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you. Next is capital projects.
Okay.
As of October.
As of October,
You only have one sheet?
not July. October. The first one is my favorite from 2022. It's the Mill Street Pump Station. I am happy to say that is on the street in the bid process right now. We have a pre-bid scheduled for, this is not on your notes because this has happened since this was written. We have a pre-bid scheduled for October 29th. Bids are due on December 2nd. So this is finally moving down the road. I've been here for over 3 years, so it's been a while.
Seems like yesterday.
Absolutely. So that one is due. That one is finally going down the path where it needs to be. More updates will come, obviously, once the bid opening is due on the 2nd, we see where everything is at. And then we start that process for award. The goal is still hopefully a spring start-ish. We have purchased the pumps internally already. I think I mentioned that before. We bought that with some expiring money, so we already own the pumps. And cautiously optimistic on that one. Next one is Laner Street. Laner Street is running. That is up and running. That has been up and running for the better part of a month. That project went well. We are doing the final closeouts. It looks like we are going to be slightly over budget, but maybe 1% or 2%, but well within considering what we found there and what we did. T-Buck did a fantastic job down there. If anybody went by, their stuff was neat, it was clean, they were professional. They came in, they did their stuff. We have some, only thing actually left on that is there's some line striping in front of Huck's that needs to get done. They did the last invert yesterday with the bypass. The old station is now done kaputs. Next, it's going to sit that way due to budget-wise until next year. We will take the building down, fill the wet well in, remove the generator. We'll do that after the first of the year when the budget kicks in.
Would there ever be a possibility somewhere, way in the distant future, that we could make it look
better? We're working on that internally, Brian.
Okay.
You mean you don't like the big green box?
I like the big green box.
You don't like the box that we.
You know, it's we are looking at some wraps. There are options from the manufacturer that.
Yep.
If we do another one of those again, let's put it this way: if we do another one again, it won't be a big green box. It will look different.
Okay.
Because there is options. It can look brick. It can look. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a Conex box, is what it is. But at least you can pretty it up a little bit.
Yeah, you could throw vinyl siding on 4 sides of it.
You really can't because of the modular building. But there is things that we're looking at to work on some beautification of it.
Yeah.
We know what it looks like. We've heard from everybody. We're well aware.
Thank you.
Budget-wise,
Yeah.
we're
in the distant future. We get it.
Next one, seasonal water lines. We put the last 3 pits in that we were able to do under our budget. That would have been on Pine Street, out off of 28 by the Sunday paving sign, and then out by the Libby Museum. We hit ledge over here on Pine Street, so that kind of messed up the rest of our budget on that. We have one more that we have verbal permission. I'm working on the other parts of that to put one out at the golf course to take care of that half. That will take care of the 8 biggest summer line systems we have. We have some other ones that are strictly everything is on private property, so it's going to require a little bit more work. But internally we'll talk about maybe this winter trying to engage in the seasonal lines again. But this was a huge step forward. The master meters are in, they work. The meter, the backflows are in, so that's taking care of what DES's biggest complaint was, which was the safety of the main line. So that is ensuring that.
Thank you.
The next one is Green Street, and if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to say that one till the end, because we had some couple questions on that this week.
Yes, we do.
South Main Water, that project is done. In the last few days since you guys got your copies, we are actually on the warranty period now. We had a bad hydrant from the manufacturer up at the Monument at Pickering Corner, so if you saw anybody out there working the last couple of weeks, that was the reason. That was defective from the factory. So that was changed out under warranty. We are still doing the final closeouts as far as money goes, so I should have an update for that next time around. 1-year warranty period, by the way, for all the quality of work. Sewer, that's pretty much delayed at this point. We've done all the preliminary stuff on the engineering, and I told them they could do that as a slow burn at this point. We're not putting that project through to warrant this year for lack of any support from DES. So we'll try again next year.
So this, this sewer project, this all is predicated on the street getting repaired?
I'm sorry?
It's all predicated on the on DOT repairing the road?
No.
Ultimately? No?
No. No, we need to redo the sewer main because the sewer main is bad. We aren't able to do the sewer main because we don't have the money. We're not ranking high enough in the standings to get the assistance needed.
I guess that was my question. So last time I spoke to, when we were walking around looking at the sidewalks, I asked where do we stand in terms of getting DES rating, and we're falling to the bottom or close to the bottom of the list.
So we were in, so when that came out, we were I want to say we were 35th this year, we were 19 last year. So that is based off of.
I would say that's a
me.
precipitous drop.
Well, we were 50-something the year prior, so it's going to do this.
So it's like wavy gravy.
Correct.
But we're still 19, and that list of projects, I may be wrong, but what I'm hearing from, John McDonald, and I'm kind of reading on, not Facebook, but reading on other places, is that there's an effort to consolidate projects to bigger projects, kind of down in the Manchester area and other places, and we could get
those
put off on hold for a while.
So
I guess my ultimate question is, you got this thing on a slow burn. I mean, at what point do we just simply say we're going to park it?
Well,
that's my question.
The actual project is parked until we get the funding. As far as the engineering goes, when I say it's on a slow burn, because they are handling a bunch of other ones for us. So if I rank them, that's what I tell them. Look, I don't need this plan set. We're not putting this out to bid next month.
So we're
I
not
need
designing
this one.
something we may have to redesign. You're just kind of putting this on a slow boil.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
this particular design, Paul, will never go out of date.
Okay, thank you.
Jockey Cove, that is on hold at least until the last conversation we had in July was April, that we're gonna reassess it in April and then go from there.
So we're looking for an engineer for that, aren't we? Jim?
We will be, yep, as soon as we get time to be able to do it.
So what do we have for funds to hire an engineer on that?
I think right here it says 10,900, right?
That's encumbered.
Encumbered?
Because that, yes, we got about 10 grand. Yeah. That was encumbered, but that.
You're
final
unencumbering
bill-
it.
Huh?
You're unencumbering it?
Yes.
So can we reach out to Stantec and?
So we could, but again, John, so the last that I had, the last direction that we got was we weren't going to do anything until spring.
Correct. The Waters Committee met and we discussed the plan. And I think Dave and I met, we talked about getting things squared away so that in April we could address the work.
So, and that's fine. I can do that. I need some clarity because of, you and I have talked out there, we have talked here. I have a bunch of different signals as far as where you wanted me to move that pipe out closer to the road and do that. That's a this size project. Replacing it where it is, that's a this size project. So I need, in order to engage an engineer for that, I need to know what it is that I'm engaging them for. Are we going to replace it where it is? Because if we replace it in kind where it is, I'll go back to what I said before. We don't need to spend engineering money. I can do that.
Well, I think what Wolfeboro Waters said is that they felt that putting it out by the road would allow us to take care of it and clean it, and therefore would do a better job.
Correct.
So that's a recommendation from Wolfeboro Waters.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
I guess what I need is.
Yeah, we'll talk. I've got a list of things, and that's one of them that you and I have not been able to chat about yet. Okay?
Where are you at? Town road upgrades. Basically, what we have left on this list is the back parking lot out here. I met with that paver yesterday morning. We're hoping to get this done in the next couple weeks.
It's nice because it's.
Yes. Yeah. And so just so you understand what that part of that project is, which is that parking lot, and then from the seam, just beyond that, out to here. So it'll do this section of Union Street as well.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't realize Union was
all those
there.
patches and all that
Yeah, okay.
mess will all go away. We are not ripping this parking lot up by any stretch. We're going to shim it and overlay it. We're going to take out, you'll see us take out a section right down here by the doors where the two handicap spots are. So when that gets paved in, that stays ADA and it doesn't let the water come this way. So we will be doing that. The goal right now is we're going to try to do that on a Saturday morning, pave, so that it doesn't interfere with the operations of this building plus the school, or the restaurants across the street, or any of that. The paver is willing to do that. We're just trying to finalize the date, hopefully within the next couple weeks. That's the plan. Point Sewell was paved yesterday. Beach Pond was paved Thursday. We're shouldering both of those over the next couple weeks. Short of that, we're pretty well on schedule and holding. We were hoping to pave, we're about a month behind on the paving, but they got behind and they got here when they did.
They couldn't have used rain as a reason.
I know.
Would have been nice.
Ritter Street, that is advertised for bid right now. That bid is due on November 20th. We got a pre-bid on the 21st for that. That will be for a next summer construction. What we're going to do with those is basically to try to get favorable numbers is I just tell the contractor, you've got 12 weeks to do this job. I don't care when you start it, but when you get here, you're going to stay here, do it through the 12 weeks, have a nice day. So they can fit it into their schedule on a project of this size. It's not very big. I'm hoping that will buy us as much favorable pricing as possible. The sewer pump station evaluations, we had, we put the RFQ out. We got, I want to say 15, somewhere around 15 engineering companies responded. We met internally. We focused and narrowed those down to 3. We brought those all in. We did tours, interviews. Those 3 gave us their proposals. They gave us to them on Tuesday. 1 backed out, said they just couldn't do it. They didn't have the manpower. So we're down to 2 that Josh and I will, over the next week, we'll hammer those out to pick which one we're going to go with to start that process. I can tell you we're down to Wood and Kern and Stantec. Underwood was a 3rd, and they just weren't able to do it. The pressure relief valve at the tower, we put that out to bid. We got 1 bid, came back at much higher than what we had budgeted based on the pricing we had the year before. So we're going to push that to next year, try to rebid or redesign it to get it down closer to affordability.
Do we have any risk?
No.
Okay.
Water treatment plant upgrades. Josh is working on smaller items. He's waiting on his report for the tank inspections to finalize all the rest of his project list still. He's got doors and a couple roofs that are a go for sure. The rest of it will be finalized hopefully in the next few weeks. And then I left these on here just to give you guys the updates. The build-out capacity study is well underway. We meet with Underwood once a month to go over that. I will say now is a good time if anybody has any specific questions that they would like answered out of this study, just send them, however that mechanism needs to go. That way we can try to answer them before we do the presentation. I&I assessment, same thing. The I&I assessment will be done sooner than the build out. Hopefully we'll have that in the next couple of weeks.
Just back to that, I do think we've always had a desire to want to sit down and make sure that the questions we have get tabled, right? So I was maybe taking a short nap here, but yeah, I do think we probably ought to have sit down, lay out what you think is going to get asked and we get a chance to maybe weigh in if that's okay with Jim, because what I don't want us to do is get the study and say, nah, I would have asked a different question. We got to not debate data. We got to just get it done.
If you have certain things in mind, like, how many houses, whatever it might be. What I can give you is a quick, so you give you guys something to chew on, is this study is not going to say you can put 4 houses on Union Street. What it's going to say is we have this much.
Yes, that's correct.
We have this much available here. We have, so it's going to be a holistic view and then brought down, not a.
So maybe the right thing if you wouldn't mind, is to tell us what right now is in the outcome stage of this study.
I think that's.
Here's the outcomes that we are going to ask for. And then we get to look at it. If, you know, what's okay with Jim, we go, like a little more texture around these things. I don't want to debate data. That's how we get piles of studies.
Neither do I.
We just get it with like phone books. We get big ones, and then we admire how bad it is.
And I guess we're looking at, based on our zoning, do we have capacity as the zoning is now in the lots on the road and our back lots was trying to,
So
what is our capacity? Can we add X number more housing?
What I can tell you is it's going to drive from the plants first. So we'll use the sewer treatment plant as an example. That has a capacity of this. Let's back that up again. Mill Street Pump Station has a capacity of this. So as these funnel, zoning might say one thing, but this is what this really is. So we can, you know, we might say that we can do a lot over here based on zoning, but this system doesn't support that.
But that's what we need to know.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what this is going to do.
So
that's what this will do.
It also should be able to say, in this area, our zone, based on our zoning, we have capacity.
Correct. That is the goal.
So first things first is, yeah, and I agree with Linda. I mean, we just need to know where the next erg is going to be. I really do think we need to have a view of what the outcomes are you're asking for. And we get to chew on that. And if we don't do it, then, you know, we don't. But I'd really like to know. Okay. And you're right, Linda. What would come into this too is, you know, how much is leaking out of the pipe, how much, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Which is why
that I&I assessment as far as the sewer is going to help take that into account, because, you know, if the sewer plant is X or Mill Street is X, you know, Mill Street was designed for what is, not what could be. This new station is designed for what is, not what, that's how it was done.
No headroom.
In that, our biggest issue is the effluent disposal.
Correct.
Plant heads and all this other has
Right.
more capacity, so that's really
if the plant is X and the pump stations are, you know, Y, if we can reduce the I&I so that's going to allow more, you know, so those things are going to go hand in hand. You know, same thing on the water side. Josh can produce, you know, X amount of water a day. If we're losing 30%, let's say,
Absolutely. Yep.
that's 30% that we're not billing for, but also 30% that we can't expand.
I guess what more than what the outcomes are, we should find out what we told them to do.
I'm sorry, Linda.
That's what I
We should
really
what?
know what we told them to do. What was the parameters we gave them?
What are the design parameters, which is, I think is, I'm saying the same thing you are, which, what do you want them to do, which would generate outcomes? What are the design criteria you put to these folks? Take a look at it.
So you guys at one point did get a copy of all the scopes. I think it might have been in July when I put this on. So you guys got the contract scope as to what they were.
I'll have to go back and look.
I can resend them to you if it's easier.
Why'd you just resend it?
Right.
So, have you seen a comparable study that Underwood has done?
No, I have not.
That would be something that if
I can ask them for one.
if Underwood has something that would be relevant to what we have for infrastructure. It's not going to be exact, but it might give us an idea of what our study would look like when it's done.
Yep.
And we could look at that study and say, okay, but we want this too. Or we don't need this.
Yep, I can.
So
I'm sure.
this isn't Underwood's first rodeo with this, is it?
No, it's not their first rodeo with this town either.
Correct.
Doing this. So, you know, they've been working here for almost 20 years, or more than 20.
So if we're going to do an I&I assessment, we're going to do a build-out cap study with them, maybe we see if they can show us
Sure.
something.
I'll shoot Keith an email and see if he can give me someone that they've done for somebody.
Right,
Something
thank you.
that you can chew on. That's not a problem. Trees, I was here a couple months ago and asked for money for trees. We've taken down many. We still have some more to go. We have a few more days. We're going to shift downtown and get some of those. And then
The real question is how many are coming down, how many are going back in? You don't
I'm
need
gonna
the answer, but I want to know the in and out.
I think we need to try to do a donated tree. And I'm going to, when I get a few moments, I'll try to put something together.
Sure, that'd be great. You know, it's much easier to put the trees back downtown, things like that. You know, when we're out in the rural areas, it actually benefits when we take some of these dead ones down. It's allowing the other ones, if you go through any of the stretches of ones we've done, it's making everything else that much healthier around it. So, the last one on this list I have is the sewer treatment plant, and they're just working on their annual maintenance for that plan that I gave you guys.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Green Street. Green Street.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Green Street. That's right.
So, when I sent this through, there was a question on Green Street as to why it's worded the way that it is. So, the Green Street project was done 2 years ago. There's still a plan set that I'm working on for bid for next year. And that is because that is the actual feed of Green Street, where the water actually comes from. That does not come off the main. That actually is fed from Crescent Lake Ave. So that, when we originally did the plan set for that, it seemed pretty simple, you know, water main here. That's what all the drawings showed until we dug it up. It actually goes down Crescent Lake Ave, makes a series of a couple 90s with a T, and then comes back out underneath the main and back across.
It comes under the main on North Main Street?
It goes back
And then it
across
goes
the
down
street.
Green
So it's a
Street?
pretzel.
Yeah. Yes. So when we opened that up at the time, because that was towards the beginning of the project, we're looking at that going, we don't have the funding to rebuild this whole thing right now. Knowing that I was going to do Crescent Lake Ave in the next couple of years, we tied it in. So what I'm doing with the leftover money from Green Street, which the question was from Linda was, why is this written this way? That warrant article said, you probably have the wording in front of you.
I do.
To supply vintage water main supply to to Green Street, which is what that does. That is the vintage line that supplies Green Street. We're going to, when we do Crescent Lake Ave, we're going to redo that whole intersection. So this plan is to do that and shows where Crescent Lake Ave is going to take off, where Green Street is and where South Main is. There's a piece that's about 40 feet. That's what this is. This was leftover money for that warrant article for that particular project that I have.
And you're going to straighten out the pretzel.
We're going to straighten out the pretzel, and we're going to do it in conjunction with the Crescent Lake Ave construction.
Yes.
So while they are there replacing that water main, they will fix that whole intersection.
Thank you.
So the question was, or at least how I understood your question to me was, for transparency's sake, when I do these, I set these up for the budget, what it is, encumbered, so on and so forth, in the current status of. I don't necessarily put on here where I'm going with it. So is that something you want me to try to do? Because some of these projects line up the next one, the next one, the next one. How much of that do you want on this to change that, or just keep going it like it is and then address it on the line by line if you have?
Well, it said plan set complete, and then it says final on bid in 2026. So I thought it was complete, and then you had another year. So I think it just needed more. This wasn't done.
This section was done.
Will be done with Crescent Lake, and then I wouldn't have had to.
Okay.
Because then I knew what had happened. I couldn't, seeing this and reading the art, I couldn't figure out what that was encumbered for. Thank you.
Water restriction.
You doing the next one?
Yep.
Water restriction issue, declaration of supply shortage.
So you have in front of you a memo from me with town code and a backup memo from Josh Thomas. We came to you a few weeks back warning of a water supply shortage. We think that it is prudent that we take more aggressive steps now and actually have the Board of Selectmen declare a water supply shortage based on Town Code 167.6, and implement this. This will give us the ability to be able to control people utilizing water at a time when the reservoir is at risk based on the levels that it's currently at. It has not stabilized since we put out the information previously. We're still running a deficit and continuing to lose water. Steve can speak to this in more detail.
So by doing this, I think it's going to give us, it will give us a little bit more teeth, for lack of a better word. You know, we drive around now, we still see people watering the lawns. There's still on automatic sprinklers. You know, all of that stuff. With this, it's a little easier for the crew to stop and kind of put the window down and say, hey, you know, geez, folks, you know, we actually have a water ban. You can't do that now. You know, before, any restriction was more of a, geez, you know, maybe don't do that. Now it's a full-on water ban. We can change the signs, and you need to stop watering it on.
Will the police be enforcing this also?
I haven't even talked to PD on that. I mean, they have a lot of stuff.
I'm just figuring if they're driving down a road and they see 6 zones of sprinklers go off, are they going to knock on the door too and say, shut it
That's
down?
something that I can talk with.
So, right in the ordinance 16711 enforcement, Wolfboro Police Department shall investigate allegations of violators of this article and shall issue appropriate citations. So, it certainly could be a police department action if Steve needs greater authority.
I'm hoping it wouldn't come to that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Thanks for this, Steve. So looking beyond this, which is the negative way to do it, but I'm going to ask, at what point do we have to go to DEFCON 2? Are we, and that's, you know, Jim's comment, the pond is at risk. At what point are we at a point where we have to make some more serious things?
We're at a band right now, so it's pretty serious now. Yeah. Now we're at the, you know, a month ago we were at look, folks, we really need to try to curb this. We didn't, nothing really changed. So nobody took any ownership to it. So now it's okay. So we will be out with the full crews, highway included. And when they're out patrolling the roads, it's going to be you know.
Okay.
So when I see this, and I'm looking at it, it says restricting landscape and lawn watering and irrigation to designated days. We want to scratch to designated days. We're just stopping it altogether.
We're just stopping it.
Okay,
Yeah, I have
and
that
then I
question
do that,
too.
the same thing. I think we want to remove G and just keep H, because then you're just saying it's not on designated days, because G relates back to A.
Yep.
And so I would make those 2 changes to the motion if we read it as is.
Would you like somebody to read it in?
Your motion?
You want me to read it in? You want to read it? You want to do it? You want to, your voice is shot.
I'm shot, yeah.
Okay, the Wolfboro Select, this is a motion. The Wolfboro Select Board under Town Code 167-6 issues a declaration of a water supply shortage. Upon declaration of a water supply shortage or other water emergency by the majority of the Board of Select people, the Board of Selectmen shall be authorized to and empowered to impose such restrictions necessary to conserve and maintain adequate reserves of the public water supply, including any or all of the following. A, restricting landscape and lawn watering and irrigation. B, landscape irrigation shall be prohibited except for irrigation by low volume only of crops for use as food by residents at a primary residence. C, use of automated landscape sprinkler systems is prohibited. D, prohibiting all outdoor water use. E, the filling of swimming pools is prohibited. F, washing or cleaning streets, driveways, sidewalks, or other impervious areas is prohibited. H, washing of cars or boats at a non-commercial facility shall be prohibited. This action is exclusive to customers of the Town of Wolfboro Water Department and does not restrict usage of private wells or other means of watering which are outside of the municipal water system. That's the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
So the message here is this is somewhat draconian. Jim is prone to not engage in hyperbole. If he says the pond, and you think the pond is at risk, I have to agree or assume the pond is at risk.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, capital reserve fund.
Yeah, you can grab all that.
So Chief Zadi is going to come in front of you and ask to be able to leverage capital reserves funds for the replacement of mobile and portable radios. This project has been discussed for the better part of a couple of years now. I am now in a position where I do support this based on the fact that they have increased staffing coming on board. They will be increasing their fleet because of ambulance equipment, and there's a need for these radios to be similar in operations for the staff. The chief has also gone out and found a different model radio, which is less expensive than the original proposed radio, and these are all compliant with national standards. Chief can answer any questions that you may have. In the CIP, this project is proposed for 2026. It is a capital reserve appropriation, and it would as well fall under the state bid process, complying with our procurement policy. Chief?
Thank you. Tom Zadi, Fire Chief. I'm not sure I can say it any better than the memo you have before you. As we put this together, obviously preparing the CIP for 2026, we did that, and as we contemplated it, we realized it would be prudent to consider asking you to move a little quicker than that. Number one, we were able to discuss with the vendors. Long story short, the tariff situation makes the prices somewhat unpredictable. Right now, we have good quotes, but they're very reluctant to try to make quotes going into any significant length in the future. And also, moving now would allow us to, rather than taking existing radios, installing them into the newer vehicles, and then paying somebody to uninstall those and install the new ones sometime early in 2026 to the tune of about $5,000, give or take, we felt it would be appropriate to ask you tonight to allow us to make the purchase on a little bit of an accelerated schedule. We would be looking at approximately a 60-day lead time if we place the order in the next few days.
Any questions for Tom?
My only concern is that the last couple times we bought fire trucks, they were more money than we thought they were going to be. And I don't see right here a timeline of what is going to be coming down the road, and are we going to have enough in our capital reserve fund for the next time a fire truck comes up for purchase?
I didn't, well, yeah, I did. The entire CIP. The next, well, once we get through March and the second phase of the ambulance project, the numbers will become more clear. In our CIP program that we submitted, it contemplates a 5-year rotation, 10-year life cycle for 2 ambulances. Going forward, we would, the next purchase would be 2034 is replacement of engine 1. At that point, it would appear...
You'd need a heck of a crystal ball to figure out what that's going to cost in 20.
No, well, and it's true, and that's based on an accelerator, talking to the vendors and so forth. It also contemplates some policy decisions that, frankly, you folks would have to make as part of the whole ambulance project. As you're aware, until 2028, we are not making any contributions to the CIP program until the lease of Engine 3 is completed. However, when that was decided, the ambulance situation was not on the radar screen.
Right.
So in the CIP program we put forth considers, I believe in 2027, adding $75,000 in ambulance revenue to the CIP program, and then $100,000 beyond that in the out years once we have a steady revenue stream. And that's kind of the way it looks. It works on paper.
Yep.
But again, the next major purchase is a ways away, and that's kind of what's been our saving grace to this point.
I just hope 9 years from now when I'm sitting in my rocking chair with my blanket on.
And I'll be toasting you from across the hallway in my rocking chair.
And watching a select board group here, they're not saying, uh-oh, we need another $300,000 for our fire truck.
No, in all honesty, I think we reevaluate as we go from year to year to see if the contribution we're asking covers the cost.
Mr. Chairman?
Well,
A bad visual, but I'll go along with you for the ride. I missed it as I was walking back from the washroom. Are we having a trade-off conversation that says we should buy radios now, or is that going to screw up a capital reserve for a fire truck in the future? Is that the trade-off you're talking about? I'm looking at you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I just want to make sure, because the last big fire truck, we all remember, we put money aside, 10 years we put money aside, and yeah, maybe it was COVID and this and escalation, but all of a sudden, we had to come up with $225,000 in a warrant article just to get the purchase of the, and if we're going to have capital reserve funds, we got to make sure that they meet their needs.
I got that part.
We have to
I'm just wondering why
properly
why are we trading off buying radios for a future person? I just don't understand that. Personally, I would look at the radio purchase. The chief's been here a couple of times. I think a few years ago, Jim was no, and you were kind of wanting one, and now you're here saying the need exists.
Well, the manufacturer stopped supporting our existing radios 2 years plus ago.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to start this purchase now before we start to have catastrophic failures of the radios that we can't repair.
And I know Linda's got one more. What's the useful life of these puppies if you buy them?
I'm sorry?
What's going to be the useful life of these?
Well, you would anticipate it would be a 10-year rotation, similar to what we're doing now.
Yeah, I'll support Brian in what he's asking, because we ran into that with the Abenaki we did in terms of the, whatever the thing that does the slope, what's it called?
The groomer.
Groomer, there you go. So I think it's good that we ask the question. I'm in support of buying the radios, and we may have to make adjustments once we get out of this other, how much we put in, and we have to make sure.
In all honesty, I think we do, because if you think back, we have contributed $196,000 annually to the capital improvement program for fire rescue as many years as I can think back.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing cost what it did when we started doing that.
That
number hasn't changed.
And that's why I'm with you.
Yeah.
We have to make sure.
But I think as we go forward, we reevaluate what we project as those expenses, and at some point, it's going to change. I think, frankly, and again, this is a policy decision that's yet to be made, but that ambulance revenue, once that stream starts flowing, that pun based on what just happened, gives us the opportunity to fund some of that capital outlay Sorry, I had
He's spending the money before
It's-
it
it's
even
late.
comes in. Bless your heart.
It's late.
Well, I would also remind the board that the department,
Capital reserve.
as far as fire apparatus is concerned, did downsize by one truck that today would be $900,000 replacement that we would not have the money to do. So they've done the diligence. I agree that the lease goes off, that we're going to have to look at the allocation for capital reserve funds going forward, so that it's close to sustainable.
Did the police department get new radios? Yeah, but didn't they do theirs with a warrant article?
They did a capital reserve fund for a dispatch console. A number of years back now, I did ask a previous fire chief, previous police chief, to look at the possibility of collaborating so that when we have to replace radios, that we could do it townwide. However, there was some difference in operations and difference in radio needs, and that did not go forward.
Just for the benefit of the public, the captain was sitting in the back of the room and said the police department radios are up to date. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. So you just said something about the ambulance service. Last year when we were down at Wicked Loon and Jim did the presentation, I sat next to Brian, and Brian said, "We're not making money.
No, we're not.
We're losing money." So what you just said, when the money starts flowing in and we start seeing the profits,
I wouldn't call it profits.
No.
The revenue.
No, and I didn't say we were losing money. I said that we are going to be spending the same amount of money as we would be with an ambulance service. We're not going to be making money, because you thought that it was a for-profit business and we were going to make money on it. And I said, no, we are going to hopefully spend less money on our own ambulance service going down the road than what would happen with escalated prices from a private ambulance company.
so if you don't make money, you lose money.
Well,
It's pretty logical.
so that means that we lose money on every dollar we spend in the town almost.
No, he's just saying
Our
he's
parks and rec and police department, fire department, we can keep on going because we're spending money on all those things. That's not the way it works.
It's a service.
It's a service. And we're not losing money. We're trying to spend the amount of money that we spend on a service, we try and make it as frugal and as effective as possible. Or else we just do nothing.
So back to the radios.
I would like to make a motion, get out of here.
Yeah.
Back to the radios.
Are you,
Linda?
okay. I'd like to make a motion to waive the competitive procurement process as authorized under 4F, A, and B of the procurement policy for the replacement of the mobile and portable radios for the fire department due to the limited distributors and support of these community devices.
Second.
Communications devices.
Second.
All right,
Thank you, Linda.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, next,
2 years.
ambulance billing policy, rates.
This is where the money comes in.
So the next topic in front of you, Deputy Chief Evangelista will come up, speak regarding process going forward relative to ambulance billing. You have in front of you a memo. It outlines collections policies, hardship waivers. It outlines what the billing looks like. We will be scheduling a public hearing for November 5th for the establishment of ambulance fees. You have the updated language regarding legislation for ambulance fees in front of you. or ambulance billing, we need to be able to have the collections policy and the hardship waiver in place so that we can get the RFP issued for a billing service. Chief?
Thank you. First, actually, I'll just start off with the updated timeline. Actually about 60 days ago when I first started here, I gave you a timeline what we're going to project, what we're going to be doing. Just want to kind of update you where we are on that. I'm going to kind of run through that timeline again. So obviously the ongoing, we're meeting with the staff. We met with the hospital. The EMS manager discussed with him, discussed stuff with the medical director. We started the process with stewards. We had a meeting probably a couple of weeks ago to talk about the transition and what that could possibly look like. We've also, Deputy and I have also been kind of putting in a plan in place what the response model is going to look like once we start to take over. Again, talking with the police and dispatch personnel, that's ongoing. The billing policy, the rates, RFP, which you have in front of you, obviously all been written and waiting, and hopefully for board approval. All the supplies are actually been ordered. The last of them came in the other day. We're in the process of 100% filling the supplies in the ambulance. We've had meetings with our vendors, Zoll, Stryker. Zoll's our monitor people, Stryker is the stretchers. They're going to also be coming in and doing trainings with our staff. That's all scheduled for the next upcoming weeks. Vehicles are all been ordered. Ambulance training, again, same thing, including the documentation, equipment stuff. We've been doing those actually daily and also on a monthly rotation. We're focusing heavily on getting the crew involved and going through all our skills, again, from talking assessments, etc. So they're all getting comfortable with that. And then we can start to work on the ambulance inspection with, now that we have all the supplies, we're updating to make sure that what the power levels we're supposed to be at. And then hopefully my goal is by November 1st to get the license upgrade request in. Upgrade us up to transporting unit. And then once we get that approval within a couple of weeks or so, 2 or 3 weeks, I'm told we can process into doing the inspection. And then we'd be good to go after that. So again, it all depends on what the state time frame is on that. I'm told usually 3 or 4 weeks in between. So we're doing pretty good on that aspect. Again, the RFP for the billing company, obviously as soon as it gets approved, we can send that right out. It's kind of an important factor in this whole project. Like I said earlier, Deputy Nichols and I have decided on developing a response plan. And all the students we have in school, the advanced students are all about halfway through, which is great. The paramedic students are quarter of the way through or so. Everybody's on target to graduate. So we're, as far as I'm looking at and what we've been meeting on, we're pretty much on target still for the January 1st start date. That's where we're at with the timeline. Before I go any further, any questions on where we're at the timeline?
Your vehicle.
Say it again.
Do you have your vehicle?
They've been ordered. We ordered actually was in the first week of September. I'm still waiting on a hard, fast deadline when they're going to be finished. They kind of give you a couple of weeks, then they figure where you are on the production line. And so,
Would you update the board as to what you guys ordered?
Oh yeah, so we both thought. So after looking around, we ordered identical, basically Ford Explorers. The chief got one. Obviously, I got one. Mine even more outfitted for a response for the paramedic portion of it. So they're basically identical vehicles, Explorers. We looked into other vehicles. The availability wasn't there. It was going to take way too long for us to be out.
Did you trade in the old vehicle?
No.
The vendor was not interested in the trade-in, so we've had a brief discussion about selling it outright at some point. Did not pass inspection, as you're aware, so it's limited worth, I guess I would say.
Can I ask a question about the rates?
Sure, we haven't got there yet, but okay.
How in tarnation did you set the rates when I look at this and there's such a variation in rates? Plymouth at, for BLS emergency, Plymouth at $657 and Action Ambulance at $27.37, Wakefield at $800.
Right.
They're all over the place.
Yeah.
How did you manage to put your
So
finger on the numbers?
we looked at it and I made it simple. We're coming in very fresh, absolutely
Stewart's
ground
at
zero.
2622.
Basically, just took the current law, the bill that they just passed, the 25% of Medicare, and took the Medicare rate and just did that, made a simple math. Because we're coming in at that number, and these guys are all living at another number. So they're all going to have to adjust to that also. So again, with the benefit of us coming in, like I said, we're just coming in, we don't know any better, right, if you think about it. So the new bill, that obviously takes effect the same day that we're going to start. We'll just go into that rate, simple math, and just go through that.
So all these comparable rates will be changing?
They're going to have to adjust somehow, some way. It's part of that law, that bill.
So in a related, if I could, related question, you cite recommendation from the New Hampshire Ground Ambulance Cost Study. Tell me a little more about that.
Oh, the ambulance, the cost study, So that was the New Hampshire insurance ground ambulance study, cost study that they did. I think it was in 2024. That was part of another.
Who's they?
I mean, the insurance department, excuse me, I couldn't think of the word. So the New Hampshire Insurance Department did the study, again, regarding I forget what the bill was, 407, I believe, just to look at all the rates and what was going on comparable. So they developed a whole bunch of other rates, which never got accepted because they obviously moved on to this other bill. So I basically just took some of those. Obviously, they looked at it. They seemed to see where they were at and just kind of...
And they toggled those rates to say that for ALS and BLS services, you should recommended, whatever the right words are, you should go to 435% of the Medicare rate. Is that how they did it?
Yes, so the BLS emergency, the ALS1 emergency, and the ALS2 emergency, those rates are based off the 325% off the Medicare rate. And the ones below that, that was one it was recommended from the insurance department when they did their study, as they developed this response and treatment of transport. It's kind of a unique thing. So basically, commercial insurance will pay for that. Medicare will not pay for that. So that's where that difference is on that on the treat no transport. There's two different things we're looking at.
And when we did the business case, there was some idea, Tom, of net revenues coming in, and those were played up against what was a view of service calls by type of ALS, BLS. Do these proposed rates have a material effect on what we looked at a couple of years ago and told the voter? The reason I ask it would be, hey, new information, we told you how to sign up because this was going to be the net revenue, but we've changed it. Is it changed, or is it pretty darn close to what we said?
Gross revenue, if you will, I don't know that it really will have a huge impact.
We have to do a public hearing on this?
You do have to do a public hearing to accept.
Can you just, so that we don't get, we don't get
establishment of fees, I believe the ordinance
take a look at
requires.
that, open the hood of the business case, and just make sure that what you're thinking about here can find its way back to what we were thinking about back then, so that we don't get into a...
Sure. The new legislation, the 325% of Medicaid is higher than what the recommendation and/or averages were before. But again, then the trade-off there was that did away with what we were calling balance billing.
I got it.
In other words, what they pay is what they pay, and we don't then send another bill to the patient.
So
that was the trade-off, was a somewhat higher rate.
I just want to make sure that,
but yeah, we
that
can
we don't
certainly
get a
work
smart
those out
person
for
who looks
the
at the
public
business
hearing.
plan and says, you said X on that date, and now you're saying X plus something else on this date, explain the difference, which people tend to do. And we kind of go, we just want to make sure we can
I
find
think
it.
the short answer, too, is this legislation came about in the last session, was signed over the summer. This is new.
Everything will be
And
explained.
it basically says, here's your rate.
It changes the equation.
So to Paul's point, I think I asked you last time if you had looked through Stewart's logs to find out what kind of cases you were going to start billing out for.
We have numbers that were literally just received after a meeting that we're kind of trying to extrapolate numbers of transports and so forth in terms of what we can expect for 2026. with the one ambulance versus,
So that didn't have any bearing on your rates then?
no, because the rates are now set by law. That's the rate.
That's it. Right.
That's what's new.
So really quick, dirty math. I mean, you take the Medicare rate of 577, the low rate for BLS transport, and you multiply that times the 650 transports done annually. That's $375,000, which is right in the ballpark of where we estimated.
You've answered the question.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
I would also state that this legislation was drafted by the previous bureau chief of EMS, who is now a state senator and has also operated, I believe it's 3 municipal ambulance services and 1 private, and is now working in the healthcare industry at Concord Hospital.
Thanks, Jim.
So the rates should be something that work for the service.
That's right. But I think today we have in front of us, we need to look at the collection policy and the hardship waiver so we can get to the public hearing.
Correct.
Correct? So let's see if we can get
The
that.
collections policy, there's no more surprise billing. You're following statute on that. It's pretty much I don't know, it pretty much sounds to me like it's we're adopting what is recommended by state statute. Do we think that's a good idea or not a good idea?
Yeah, well, yes,
It is what it is.
exactly.
So we have to just say we like the idea of following the state statute? Is that really the ask?
Yeah, and basically, yeah.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any I don't have a better idea
Right.
on the collections policy, having read it. Seems to me that it was pretty thoughtful.
I did too.
And so we can just go for discussion. I'm going to move that the select board vote to approve the Wolfeboro Fire Rescue Ambulance collection policy effective 1 January 2026.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And this is going to go to public hearing so people can read it and get all grumpy.
You want to make the second one too?
So the hardship waiver, same issue here. That's statute, right? Pretty much it's statute.
No, not so much as statute, it's just more of a, I guess.
Best practice?
Yeah, best practice.
I hate to use the word best practice because it's my definition of best, right?
Yeah,
But it's a
more
practice
of like
that
a
is
service,
followed.
yeah, more of a service for that citizen that can't, so at least we obviously want to get some type of monies, but we also don't want to put the burden in really
And
pressure them too much.
And we saw that when we had discussions with stewards, when we were part of that committee, and Stewart said that there are uncollectibles.
Yeah.
There just are in every.
It's net billing, that's what you get, it's net revenue.
Those all either going to be a write-off, the ones you're not going to collect. so that's-
Correct.
But there's and we're going to have, there's an application process that people have to go through that makes sense.
Very
Doesn't
clear.
it doesn't seem to be egregious. As I read it, it doesn't seem to me to be, let's prove you out of getting this. It seems to be fair and equitable. Now, this is going to be administered by whom?
I think that came back.
The fire chief or his designee.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you've got the capacity to administer this?
Yeah, no, one of the things that we went back and we went internally back and forth a little bit, and we added the language about the percentage of federal poverty level and so forth, to have a benchmark rather than, just say something nice to the fire chief and you'll waive your fees. Well, we can't do that.
We know you're not a nice person.
We can't do that. So we wanted to have something clear and definitive that we, if somebody, again, this is to deal with primarily someone who's not insured, who gets a bill for a transport. We needed to have a mechanism, in the interest of fairness, among other things, for that person to say, hey, I need to work out a payment plan, or am I eligible for a hardship waiver, and set those benchmarks and be able to say, this is how you do that.
It's explaining the equity, and that's the right thing to do.
And I think at the end of the collection policy, and we're giving a lot of notices that we will see a detailed review monthly of those outstanding accounts. So it's not going to be something that they can just flip and do. So I thought that was very good.
Yep. I'm going to move that the Wolfeboro Select Board vote to approve the Wolfeboro Fire Rescue Ambulance hardship waiver effective 1 January 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay. Perfect. So we'll get the RFP issued tomorrow, and we'll let you know what happens there. I'd like to thank the chiefs for getting this across the finish line in advance of taking on backup services.
Okay, is there any old business? Any other business? Town managers report?
So the big thing, as you heard tonight, water restrictions. We've got a problem with our
Thanks, Chief.
capacity at the reservoir. You guys have taken action on that. A lot of activity within the departments relative to fees, et cetera. And I would sit here and say we've been very busy with budgets the past couple of weeks, budgets and wrapping up CIP. That's all I've got.
Okay. Committee reports. Start, John?
Sure, I'll start. So we've been active in the budget process, and I think it's been eye-opening. I can honestly say I find it difficult to see all the raises and what's going to be passed on to the taxpayers, but and a lot of these budgets, I'm not really responsible for them. I'm there to partake in the process and accept it for what it is. And this is tonight. I want to talk about my vote. This is going to sting a little bit. When I started with the community center, I started with a team. And my team, I'm going to stand behind my team. And my team worked hard to get the information out there. And when a vote comes up, like we did, this was 3 selectmen and 2 department heads. When a vote comes up at that committee meeting, and 3 different times, the 3 selectmen make a directive to send Steve Randall to go get quotes to tear the building down because we know it has hazardous contaminants. I have a picture right here that's mold all over the ceiling. So for somebody to step up and say it's not the case, and then you heard Tony Fallon stand up and say, well, I haven't really got into the ceiling. So back to my team. My team isn't vying for votes next spring. My team is here to do a job and to stand behind each other. And when a team wins, we all win together. And when our team loses, we all lose together. Our team doesn't break up and go in a different direction. Our team sticks together. So I know that my team broke apart tonight and left the other pieces of the team hanging. And it was pretty disappointing. Kudos to Jordy for going onto Facebook and rallying the troops. Kudos to the quilters for rallying the troops. There's a song from Barry Manilow. It says, "This is for you." You know who it's not for? It's not for the kids, for the Parks and Rec. It's for you. And all those people that are out there for the future. And great that Jordy can round up the troops and he can get the numbers. When he started, it was 200,000. We came to us tonight as 300,000.
250.
Then we heard 400,000. We have engineering that we've been going through to get the numbers. We've spent a lot of time. We haven't been committed to the 4 million. We're trying to get a number. We're trying to see what's going on out there. This is what the team was doing. I hope they're home watching the rest of my team, because what we did tonight in the last couple meetings was we as a team said, we're going to, Linda made the motion at the subcommittee meeting, let's close it down. I said, no, let's give the quilters a month. I had already been out in front to find the quilters a place. It wasn't that we made a decision. No, we didn't come to the select board to make a decision on closing it. But 3 different meetings, we had discussed what was in that building and how we were going to go about it. And when you come here and you don't stand behind your team and repeat what you said at the committee level, I don't have a problem with saying what I say. When you go to different towns, they stand for their convictions. They do what they think needs to be done. And that's just the way it is. Great that the group came in front of us tonight. Great for Sebastian for standing up and saying, look, I don't know, it could run, it could run, it could run. It could run. We don't know what's going to happen. We hired engineers to give us those numbers so we could understand the complete picture. So I'm sorry if this stings a little bit, but my fellow selectmen that are on the board did not stick behind their team, and it's disappointing.
Okay. We've been working with the union negotiations. We've been dealing with budgets. We've been doing evaluations of the town manager. We met with the police commission on an annual basis. And I think there was at least 3 of us up at Harriman Hill for that groundbreaking. So that's what I've had.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment. I'm here for the citizens, not for a team, and so that's how I vote. My committee reports are the Chamber of Commerce meeting I attended. It was their monthly meeting, and I explained to them the town's proposed increases in the budget. I had 2 community TV meetings. The meetings addressed fundraising, ordering the new server, and working on the 2026 budget, including the cost to cover the town board meetings and committee meetings. I met with Steve Randall on the Crescent Lake Dam with Julie Brown and Rich Massey to review the town's experience managing the Crescent Lake Dam to maintain minimum flow in the Smith River. This year being the worst drought in 131 years, added to the challenge of keeping the dam slightly open. The dam was closed on August 26th. I want to note that the lake level in Wentworth and Crescent Lake never fell below the state mandated minimum of 532.7 feet. Steve Randall will take advantage of an offer made by New Hampshire DES in July to assist in making a more formal determination of what constitutes adequate flow in the Smith River. Wolfeboro Waters Committee met on Tuesday and approved its 2026 budget request, which has been forwarded to the town manager. Wolfeboro Waters received a letter from Hoyt and Tanner requesting information on the environmental impacts on the Route 28 project. Wolfeboro Waters has formed a subcommittee to work on that letter. A list in the Hoyt and Tanner letter stated the Route 28 construction phase will start between 2029 and 2032. So it's a little ways out. The committee discussed the slow process on the Russ Pond 319 grant, and that the request for qualifications produced 3 bidders. Hopefully, when the engineering firm is selected, this 319 process will move forward I don't know what I did with it. But again, I was going to read the libraries, and I misplaced it in my packet. Again, the library just increases in its use all the time. One of the main drivers are the increase in programs, and with the increase in programs, they have more people using the library. I went to the Harriman Hill ceremony with Paul and Dave. It was a groundbreaking ceremony for Phase 3 of Harriman Hill, which will add 30 more units of low-income housing. And I went to all the other meetings that Dave talked about.
Paul?
Thanks, Dave. Well, tonight was one for the scrapbook. That's the only way I'll park that one. I attended, and not attended, I'm working with the Friends of Abenaki and the team out on the mountain, the hill. We accepted some funds from Alex Hunt, the Friends of Abenaki, to electrify the tow line. And Barry has been involved. It's actually, I feel good about the way things are working out, which is nice. Good news is it'll get done. You're not going to have to pay for it. It's going to be just a fun project for the kids. So I'm cool on that one. I've been sitting in with the planning board, going to their meetings. And we've been visiting with Bill Scott, our planner, and I think he's been here 3 months, and he observes that we probably need to do a better job in the way in which we build and interpret ordinances. Ordinance should be pretty programmatic and less interpretation. It minimizes lawyer costs and lawsuits. So I think he's onto something more on that. I did attend the police commission meeting the other night. Also attended the quarterly police commission select board meeting. That got some visibility on social media. We are in the middle of budgets, and those are okay. And when I say okay, I mean it's going to be a difficult year. But what I've tried to communicate to people is you have to sell the good news of what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, I've had people say that their eyes glaze over taking a look at how the budgets get done, and they do. That's what we have to do. But the people who our department leadership has got to sell good news, and I think that's why you saw Brian Paul up here tonight, banging the gong. We've been working with each other on the goals and the appraisal of the town manager, and I think that we have one more bite on that apple, and I think that's going along. I think it's actually going along quite well. I too, with Mr. Senecal, am sitting in on the ambulance folks. There's a union conversation that's taking place there, and that conversation. We're 2 into it, Jim. We're 2 sessions into it. That conversation last week got direct, and that's good. I mean, but it wasn't a free for all. But it was direct, and I think that's the way you get things done, is you have direct discussion. And I did join with Linda and Dave for the ribbon cutting, groundbreaking at Harriman Hill. It is great to see that once again, just off in the corner, 30 new units of affordable housing are going up, and as I listen to Congressman Pappas and the other people who came forward, the amount of complexity of trying to raise money to get something like that done is mind-boggling. And the fact that you have people just hanging in there and slugging away at it, I think is noteworthy. Thank you, Dave.
Brian?
Yep, I had a CIP meeting. We had 3 budget meetings, and the big driver for our budget is salaries. Default budgets don't allow us to hold our employees' rates stagnant as the economy rises by them. They're entitled to get an increase in pay, at least to the cost of living, and at least not fall behind. We also had an employment work session. And I had to miss a Heritage Commission meeting because I had a Board of Selectmen obligation, but with the select board obligation happening, I always contact the chair of the committee and get a good half an hour to hour update on what has happened. I will say that the select board should not have to walk in lockstep. And I will fall back on the Rotaries, where the majority of the select board members at that time thought that Rotaries would be a good idea, and 75% of the people in town thought elsewise. I was on the elsewise side because I listened to my team of the people that live in Wolfeboro and pay taxes, or don't live in Wolfeboro and still pay taxes. And they're the important team to me. And that's who I try and represent. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what they think. And my job is to represent them, not represent myself, any ego or any ideas that I have. It's to represent them first.
Okay, any questions from the press? Are they on?
She's not on.
Public input? You have a limit tonight.
Bobby Budman, Wolfeboro. I was not going to even approach this, but I am going to now. A few months ago, I left here, and I was horrified and mortified over the fact that one of my representatives, one of my select board members who I voted in, was not invited to a meeting where that member sits on that committee. So, John, if we're going to discuss team and how our people represent us, we citizens voted you guys in. We want your voices. And you know what? Sometimes representation means we didn't hear something. You may sit and do something for the next 2 years, but until the citizens hear about it, we don't know to rally the troops or step up, or we don't know what's happening. And sometimes, yeah, maybe it's one citizen saying, even on social media, which I did not see it on social media, I found out about what was going on with the building in this very room because I come to these meetings. So for me, I learned about it here, and then I started doing more research, and I started looking and pulling up the GIS and looking at the building and how old it was and what was important to me and what we had for staffing and why we let that building go, why we're letting Clark go now, why we let the Libby go. So these are important things to me. We can't be like Oncelers. We build a building once and we wait till it falls down and then we build another building. I just don't think that's sustainable for the taxpayers or the people. So part of being a team is making sure that people's representatives, that Brian actually is that third seat on that building. That was important to the citizens tonight. So I thank you for reopening that vote. Okay, didn't want to go there. Go back. Back way in the meeting tonight, we had discussed, Tim Green not up here, and I haven't seen the audit yet, but I tried to listen very closely, and one of the things I heard was that little unassigned fund balance. And part of the numbers that were given tonight in that unassigned fund balance was 5.5 million was in the Electric Enterprise Fund for their unassigned fund balance. But that number isn't ultimately added when Tim was giving us, is that his name, Tim? Was that his name? Tim?
Yes, Tim. Yes.
Tim
Green
was giving us the numbers tonight into that 5.9 at the end. But the overall figure to get at that 13% adds in the electric fund, that approximately $10 million. So if we're going to take that 5.9, we should be adding the 5.52. And if we did that, that's putting us up around 23.6% in an unassigned fund balance. So I'd just like you to make sure that if we're going to look at that unassigned fund balance number, we have to look at the amount that's in the electric department too, sitting in their unassigned fund balance, if we're going to do percentages and play that game or delete the electric fund. That's all, because I think the taxpayers know there's some money out there that might be helpful to bring down our tax rate. Linda, may I please have that letter that you...
Yes, I can email you a copy.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for, just so everyone knows, the tax exemptions. I had put a 91A in for that, and they didn't have it at the time. So this is just reiterating, getting that information. Brian's not here, but I was going to ask, because he said there's a youth hockey championship on the 14th through 16th. I wanted to make sure I get to curl on the 16th. Girls got priorities. Then the next thing. Please do not charge Kingswood for the tennis courts. We are ultimately just taxing ourselves and putting a paper pusher in the middle. The other thing about Kingswood Tennis, when they're over, and I had a child who was on the tennis team, they don't always take up all the courts. So if they book those courts and they rent them, people are going to be able to come up and just play on the end. Even when they're having matches, they might get down to just 2 of the courts on the end, but the other ones are available and the public just comes in and plays. So if we do something that, we're harming the public from being able to use those courts. But seriously, $80, come on. We did this a few months ago. You're renting out whole docks for $250 for a month in the summer, and we're going to charge our citizens $80 an hour for our courts? I mean, really, is this our permit structure? Can we please look at this? This just harms our citizens who play pickleball. Okay, and then last, and the fun one. If you guys have allergies, could you guys please email me your allergies before, like, next Monday? Because I'm feeding you next Wednesday.
Food allergies.
Yes.
Where did you get allergies from? Food allergies.
I need your food allergies.
You're not feeding me cement dust, are you? Because that's the only thing. You're not feeding me cement dust. That's the only thing I'm
I'll feed you a
allergic to.
glupki or something Polish. I'm a Polish girl, you know. I don't know. I think Linda might need chicken soup.
Are you saying you're bringing supper next Monday?
Yes, she is.
Next Wednesday.
Oh, next Wednesday, because
next Wednesday.
Monday is my night.
Yes.
So.
I also would like to know what you guys already fed yourselves so I don't repeat something.
I did pizza salad and apple crisp.
Ooh.
Wait, but this is
It was very good.
It was very
I don't know
good.
if I can compete with that.
I did lasagna.
Okay.
I
I
burned
heard
it.
that.
Yeah,
During the budget, you kept going, you kept checking.
He did Stouffer's lasagna.
Dave had to give you that.
Swipe the credit card.
Okay.
So if you do have
Any other
food
public
allergies,
input?
let me know. Thanks.
Resident and quilter. Shoot.
Me too.
Me 3.
I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, I know. I learned a lesson from last week, 2 weeks ago when I came here. After we were done with all the information that we were worried about, we had to leave. I was exhausted that day too. And I got home and the TV, my husband left the TV on and I sat there and I watched. And boy, I couldn't believe I left because what I heard at the end of the meeting was a conversation between Mr. Thurston and Christine talking about the community center and how you had to spray Lysol and you smelled the mold. Where was that mold that you just showed? Was that downstairs or upstairs?
Upstairs in the kitchen area on the back deck.
Upstairs in the kitchen area.
It's right there.
Okay. Did you do anything about it?
Yeah,
Did you do anything to get rid of the mold?
Yeah, we said don't go out there.
Did you? Don't go out there. Did you do anything to get rid of the mold? Like you didn't do anything to get rid of the asbestos? Like you've let that place go to heck and you haven't done anything and you had all that money in that account to fix things in that building and you never did it. We talked about it. We talked about it last time. We talked about it tonight. What was it, 2001? I didn't bring all those notes from the last meeting.
I was just
That you have
elected.
known about all those things that were wrong with that building, and you didn't do a darn thing about it.
Look at them. Don't
I'm
look at
looking at
me.
all of you. You're all selectmen. You're supposed to be you were supposed to be taking care of it. Christine, we have to leave that building for the summer, for 3 months for the summer, so that the kids can go in there. Unbeknownst to us, I didn't know until the end of the summer that she didn't let the kids go in that summer because it was too dangerous. But I got the maintenance for that building for 2025. You paid over $1,000 to have that place cleaned for June, July, and August. The cleaning service, $1,000, and nobody used the building. That was kind of dumb, don't you think?
I was just elected in March, ma'am.
Well,
Enough.
I just have to say, that place was neglected, and I think you guys all neglected it, because, I mean, looking at that pattern, there were years where this should have been done. We'll get to it, it never got done. This should have been done. Oh, by the way, the furnace hasn't been checked in 2 years or 3 years. There was a lot of work that needed to be done to that building, and it never got done because you guys had planned all along to demolish it, and why should you fix it? And then it looked worse because you didn't take care of it, so it should be demolished. And I'm so glad I didn't leave. I am exhausted. I was going to leave, but I thought, no, I'm going to stay till the end because I didn't stay the last time, and I'm glad I did.
Okay, anybody else?
I just think that Jordy really,
Would you
and
just-
Brian,
Excuse me, just state your name for the record.
oh, I'm
please.
sorry, Susan Bunting. I think Jordy and Brian and Linda, with all the information you've given me, David, your meeting with me, you've been a naysayer, and you've been a naysayer. And it's really been difficult to hear you say you wouldn't let your grandchildren into the building, and then we had the mold test done, found that the air in the building was fine. That hurts, because when you say things like that, it gets out. I mean, Pat Waterman said, you don't want to be in that building. God, it's full of mold. People listen to you, and when you perpetuate a falsehood that there is mold all over the building, it's unhealthy, it's unsafe, people believe you, and perception becomes truth. And it's not a dangerous building. It's not an unhealthy building. And I know a little bit about old buildings, as do you, and as do you, I guess. When we renovated the South Wolfeboro Meeting House, I can't tell you the shovels of bat guano that we had to get out of the steeple. I can't tell you about the other things that we found in that old church. And I will never, ever regret doing what we did to save that church. And I still crawl up through that trap door to put the Christmas tree in every Christmas. And I get people stopping by, taking pictures all the time. Thank you for saving the South Wolfeboro Meeting House. And I feel the same way about the little firehouse station. It's almost like the little engine that could. I'm old. I'm nostalgic about the past. Wolfeboro brings that out in me. And I'm just grateful for people like Jordy who dare in 1 month to do what has not been done in a decade. And we are behind him 100% because of that, because he has spirit, he has energy, we're going to make this happen. And that's why, Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Thurston, we found fault with the both of you because you were naysayers. You were looking at the negative, not the positive. And at my age, every day I wake up, as George Goebel, or was it George Burns that said, every day I wake up is a good day. So I'm looking forward to it being renovated. I think it's going to be a beautiful thing. I think the community will be really happy with it. And if you decide 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road, the taxpayers want something different, fine, but at least we have something beautiful in the meantime for we old folk who really do love it. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, can I get a motion to go into non-public, please?
So moved.
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye.